With the same enthusiasm, we start our third day of Forensic Gala organized by Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science India. We start our session with our first speaker of the day, Barry A.J. Fisher, to speak on forensic science in the United States, possible lessons for India.
Okay, well, I was invited to give a talk. This topic was kind of my own choosing, and I thought I would speak about two major issues. One thing is what forensic science is like in the United States, and explain how some of the way things have been set up here and what's been going on in the US might provide some useful lessons for the India experience. Now, mind you, I don't have a great deal of information about forensic science or indeed the criminal justice system in India, but I suspect that there are certain things that are similar that might be instructive. And then at the end of the program, we'll leave time for a Q&A. So you've already heard the bulk of my biography. I grew up in New York City, where I attended the City College of New York and received a bachelor's degree in chemistry, and then moved on to the Midwest of the United States and got a master's degree in science in chemistry from Purdue University. I moved out west, and while I was working, studied and took a Master of Business Administration. I started at the LA County Sheriff's Department Crime Lab in 1969. They had a very large drug problem. There were so many cases that forced them to hire more chemists, and that's how I got started in the field. And I worked there for a month shy of 40 years. In the last 20 of those 40 years, I was the crime laboratory director. The laboratory has a staff of about 300 people. It serves Los Angeles County, which has a population of about 10 million. And I'll talk a little more about forensic science in the United States. I've been actively involved in a whole host of various professional organizations, including the American Society of Crime Laboratory Directors, which is a management association made up of laboratory directors, assistant directors, and supervisors. The American Academy of Forensic Sciences, which is I guess you'd call it a scholarly association made up of various disciplines within forensic science. I had the privilege in 1999 of hosting and serving as president of the IAFS, the International Association of Forensic Sciences. I'm a member of the IAI, the International Association for Identification, TAFT, the International Association of Toxicologists, and also a member of the International Association of Chiefs of Police. My interests are very, very broad, and the reason for that was that as I got into management, I needed to have a good understanding of all the various disciplines within forensic science. Along the way, I published, I wrote or co-wrote three textbooks. The one on the upper left, Techniques of Crime Scene Investigation, the last edition, the 8th edition, I co-wrote with my son David, who is also in forensic science. And these books are readily available should you choose to get a hold of them. If you find what I have to say of interest, you can connect with me either on Twitter or LinkedIn. what I try to do is to post pretty regularly issues that to me seem to be of interest going on in forensic science, both in the United States and worldwide. And if you take a look at the past postings, you can get an idea of some of the things that I've placed on these sites. I post the same thing on both of them, so you don't have to join both if you're not interested. But you can get an idea of what's happening around the world. I would have to say that I'm pretty passionate about forensic science. I think that people in the forensic sciences play a very important role in our criminal justice systems. But in addition to the use of science and technology to assist law enforcement, I think that managers and supervisors, whether you happen to be one right now or you're hoping to move up the chain along the way, also play a critical role in the management and operation of crime labs. And they have an important role in influencing legislation and policy matters in forensic science, and these are things that you should keep in mind. We are an extremely small portion of the criminal justice system. There are all sorts of elements within the system, the judges, prosecutors, defense attorneys, police, medical examiner system, and so on. And oftentimes we don't usually interact with one another. And frequently these organizations are in different places within state, local, or federal governments. And it's difficult to be in touch with them. But I would suggest to you that as you move through your careers, or if you're into your careers, it would behoove you to get involved with these different groups to assist forensic science throughout your part of the world. So my lecture is going to cover a wide variety of things. I always tell people in other countries where I'm speaking that I don't claim to have all the answers. Some of the things I'm telling you this morning might sound like they are useful, and other things just may not have any utility for you at all. All I'm doing is trying to give you the benefit of my 40 years experience in the profession, and then you can tack on another 10 years since I've retired, because I haven't quite given up on it. And I certainly don't claim that anything I'm going to tell you this morning are going to be the best things for your particular situations, no matter where you come from in India or wherever you're listening to this program. But I hope that I can spark some ideas for discussion among practitioners, which may lead to some useful results in your endeavors. So forensic science in the United States is an adversarial system. In the courtroom, you have the lawyers fighting it out, and it's oftentimes whoever puts together the best case. And this adversarial situation does in fact spill over into the forensic science area, because in some parts of the world, the court system is very kind to experts. They may not have to go to court very often and testify. They just may submit a report explaining what they found. In the US, particularly in high-profile cases like murders and rapes, it's the cases you have to go to court, and explain what you've been doing. And what the adversarial system has resulted in is much better prepared defense attorneys. Spelled defense the way we do in the US. I think you probably spelled with a C, but whatever. The lawyers are much better understood what goes on in laboratories and will ask some very pointed questions. The adversarial system, because of these questions we've gotten from lawyers, have resulted in a run on laboratory accreditation, typically through ISO 17025, which seems to be a standard used throughout the world. There's a beginning push towards practitioner certification. However, that is pretty voluntary right now. There's a much wider use of statistics and probability as a result of this adversarial system. You frequently will have experts on both sides, experts for the defense and experts for the prosecution. And there's a big pressing issue towards professional integrity or ethics. Are there codes of ethics that practitioners follow? The United States is a mixture of state and federal law enforcement agencies and crime labs. The federal system has one set of codes, and then each state, we have 50 states in the US, has somewhat different laws and regulations that are practiced. In the forensic area, there are probably around 10 or 12 different forensic laboratories. The largest ones, of course, are the FBI, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and the Department of Defense. However, there are a number of others in different parts of the government. At the state and local level, you have police departments, sheriff's departments. Some laboratories are under prosecutors and others are under medical examiners or coroner's offices. So it's a big, wide-ranging situation that we have. Experts can be faced with incisive questioning when they testify about their education. Many places are hiring people with master's degrees and PhDs because, well, first of all, it's a very competitive market in the United States, and the more academic background you have, the better off, the more likelihood you get the job. There are questions about the type of training you received before you started casework. If proficiency tests are part of your training, you might be asked in court about the error rates, both individual error rates and laboratory-wide error rates. Bias, confirmation bias has become a serious problem in laboratories because defense attorneys are raising the question, do you have too much information from the police that is perhaps causing you to lean too far one way or the other? Ethical conduct is another issue that frequently is uncovered. There have been some unfortunate cases where laboratory personnel have dry lab drug cases or made some pretty serious mistakes and didn't tell anybody about them. And these are some things that we are faced with in our particular system. And of course, when you go to court and testify, these can be somewhat embarrassing to the expert. So if you happen to be a manager or a supervisor, you're typically juggling a whole host of different issues in your day-to-day work. You have budget concerns to worry about, personnel training, hiring and firing, purchasing supplies and equipment, quality assurance, laboratory policy. You're often called to be the laboratory, the department spokesman involving forensic science for your agency. And you have leadership issues, both for your staff and within professional associations, should you become involved there. This is a map of the United States. We have a population of about 330 million, quite a bit smaller than India is concerned, but we have some similarities. We have 50 different states with, on this map we don't show, I'm not showing Alaska or Hawaii, and each state has a different set of laws and ways of doing things. I'm located out here in this is California. I'm about 200 kilometers east of the city of Los Angeles. I started off over here in New York City, and I went to graduate school out here in Indiana, a place called Purdue University. But historically, forensic institutes and practitioners didn't have an opportunity to speak with one another very much, so there was not much of a coordinated effort. There are a whole host of different professional associations in the United States. There's the IAI and the American Academy of Forensic Sciences are the two largest. The National Association of Medical Examiners, which represents coroners and medical examiners' offices, the Society of Forensic Toxicology, and of course, ASCLD, the American Society of Crime Laboratory Directors. On top of that, there's a whole bunch of regional associations and other organizations that I just ran out of space and didn't include them up here. Well, all of these were kind of doing their own thing until maybe 15, 20 years ago, when a few of us who were going to Washington on a regular basis met with some federal government officials, and they recommended that we get as many of these groups together and form a consortium of forensic science organizations in order to try to speak with one voice. And we've been doing that for close to 20 years now, and it's been quite effective in terms of going to Congress, to the executive branch, the White House, and trying to get our messages heard to people who might be able to assist us. The one thing that we learned through this effort is the idea of advocacy. And I'm going to be taking a little while now for the rest of the talk to discuss advocacy or lobbying, and try to make a case to you that this is something that's very important and that you should try to adopt if you are not already doing it. What is advocacy? Simply, as a dictionary definition, is the pursuit of influencing outcomes, including policy and resource allocations, decisions within political institutions. So you're trying to get people outside of your own institute to be aware of what it is forensic scientists do and their importance to the criminal justice system. Oftentimes, it's been my experience that uh, people in government outside of the laboratory system have very little understanding of what it is that goes on in forensic laboratories. So to be effective, you want to be involved with the key players, that is the stakeholders, the people that are your customers in crime labs. To be effective in advocacy, you have to have a realistic strategy. In other words, what it is you want to do. You can't hope to get everything you want. You may have to go slowly or ramp up the things that you're after in a systematic way. You want to establish a shared vision between the various elements within your group of advocates, as well as the organizations that you're involved with. So, for example, if your agency that you're working for is particularly concerned about sexual assault or rape cases, what is it that the laboratory can do in these cases? Is DNA being used, or does it have to be started up? Are there standardized sexual assault evidence kits that are available? And if not, can they be put together by meeting with the various people that are involved with these things? You need to be willing to agree and disagree sometimes about the process. You can never hope to always get your own way. One thing when trying to exercise change is you have to be patient, because these things take time, and success will be measured incrementally. You can't, each journey begins with a single step. And the one thing I can tell you is very important is that you need to be a champion of your profession. You need to get out and tell the people who are important out there, your key stakeholders, what forensic science is all about and what you do. Who are the stakeholders? Of course, it's the police that you're dealing with, the lawyers, the prosecution and defenders that you work with on a regular basis, courts, judges, elected officials. Those are the ones who are typically going to be funding your laboratories or institutes. The public is very important to get them on your side, because they can exercise pressure on elected officials to do things. Along with that, the media, television and newspapers can play an important role. One thing that we used to do in my laboratory was to periodically hold open houses for the media, invite people in, invite the press in to tour the laboratories and meet with staff people and get a better understanding of what we did in the laboratory. And the last one, I put this in red as a stakeholder, are crime victims. They can be a powerful ally in advocacy matters. Excuses, you'll hear all kinds of things like, well, I work for a public agency and I'm not allowed to do it, or I can't do it. Do you think I can just pick up the telephone and call up my elected official, the mayor or head of my state? Chances are my boss would not be very happy about doing that. Or I'm too far down the chain of command to be able to make a difference. Another common one is that I'm not allowed to lobby or to be an advocate. That's somebody else's job. Well, the fact of the matter is that public agencies, in fact, do lobby. And what you need to do is to sell the person in charge that you need greater funding, and this might be a way of getting that done. One way of doing this is to write a one-page, concise position paper to focus on your ideas and what it is that you hope to accomplish. If it's more than one page and gets too complicated, people are not going to be willing to spend the time to read that, particularly if it's not their issue. And find out who in your agency is the advocate. I guarantee you each major agency, whether it be an institute, a law enforcement agency, even a university, has an advocate on staff that is working with elements of government to try to get more resources out of those higher levels. Of course, there's an alternative to all these strategies. You can go out and do it and just ask for forgiveness after you offend somebody for doing this, rather than first getting permission. It's probably easier to go with the permission thing, but I've used the forgiveness avenue in the past, and that sometimes is the way of going. Here's a few tips for you to consider. Relationships and networking are really, really helpful in any advocacy or lobbying effort. The more people you know in different places that interact with your forensic science community, these can be used to your benefit. So you want to find who these key people are and stay in touch with them. You can try to be an information source for them. So if you uncovered somebody in your state or national government who is particularly interested in some element, some aspect of public safety or law enforcement, and you have some useful information, you can just reach out and give them and contact them and say, or send them a note, an email, or a packet of information to let them know you were thinking about them, and try to keep regularly in touch with these people, because these networks that you build can be very important. If you have to write a letter to a representative in your government, here's some points you can consider. Oftentimes, if you have a professional association, it's easier to do this rather than from your own institute. First thing you want to do is to state the purpose of what it is you're writing about. What are you asking for in this effort? You want to keep it short and to the point. You don't want to go on and get lost in great detail. Chances are they're not going to be very interested in that level of information. You want to build a case. Why do you feel that this is so important? And you want to couch it in a way that they understand how it affects the overall public safety and criminal justice system, not just the Forensic Institute, because oftentimes policymakers are just not going to understand. I remember I was taking a high-level person from my agency through my laboratory, and my organization has at the time almost 20,000 employees. So I was taking the number 2 or number 3 person through the laboratory, and I was pointing out an expensive piece of equipment that we were trying to upgrade. It was a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, and he asked me what was the cost of that. I told him, and he says, "Do you know how many police cars or helicopters I can buy for that amount of money?" And luckily I had given some thought to this, and I was able to explain why it was important in identifying drugs that were a big issue for our agency at the time. You can ask the individual you're pitching what their particular point of view on the subject is. As I said before, keep it to 1 page. You want to type it and not just handwrite it out, even if you do have excellent handwriting. Be sure to include your contact information, so in case they have any questions later on, that they will be able to get back to you. Some things about advocacy. Back in high school and college, I took some classes in what was called either government or political science, and I thought I understood the way things were. But there are a few things that will prepare you for things that might happen in the legislation process. We have a way of expressing this, that passing laws, at least this is in the United States, it may or may not be the same in India, is a bit like making sausage. You really don't want to know how it's done, because it can be very messy. And that's certainly the case in the legislative process. So again, that's just what I said, that you can pretty much forget anything you've learned in college or high school about how governments work. You're going to typically be dealing with very young staffers as opposed to the principal in an elected position. And these individuals are likely to come across as very arrogant and be know-it-alls. They saw a crime show, a movie dealing with forensic science, or a TV show, and they know all about it. So if you do decide to lobby or become an advocate, you want to plan your pitch. What's the best way to get your particular issue to another individual? What is your issue? You want to write it down, keep it to the point, state the problem and what it is you want as a result of your meeting. You want to tell the person who you are and what you do. Be very specific in what it is you're asking. Keep the number of things that you're asking to a few. Don't try to get everything under the sun in this effort. Be a resource to the individual if they have an interest in this particular area. For example, in the US, when DNA was first coming aboard, coming online in a big way, people in government were very, very interested in understanding what was going on. And we actually invited some of them to nearby forensic laboratories for them to see what the process looked like and to talk with individuals so they had a better appreciation. There are very few scientists who are in government, and chances are you're going to be dealing with people who studied law or political science or other such fields, and you want to be able to be there to help them out. Building relationships with these people is very, very important. They can help you out later on. And after you finish with them, follow it up with a letter, a written letter, not a computer-based email, a handwritten letter here to express your appreciation for the amount of time that they've given you. And if there are any further questions they may have, to please feel free to contact them. Over here, writing letters has almost become a lost art, and I also suggest for those of you who are looking for jobs and going out to interview at different institutes, when you finish with your interview and you get back home, write a letter back to the individual you met with and express your thanks for them taking time, and just as a way of following up. You should try to learn how you can become an influencer, someone who can move the process along. And I realize that if you're in a laboratory setting and all you're doing is doing assays or tests and whatnot, these are things that you typically are not thinking about, but you want to give some thought, some attention to try to become part of this process. It may help you in the long run to move up in your organization. Develop some sort of plan of action. It's helpful to write these things down and decide how you're going to approach these efforts as you get along. I mentioned earlier about the news media. They can be some powerful allies that you have. It's often not looked upon well to be talking to the press, but if you can have an informal relationship with them without giving away too much sensitive information about cases that you're working on, that's something to consider. Crime victims are also an important resource. We cultivated relations with groups here in the States. There's one particularly powerful group. Drunk driving is a big problem that we have here, and one of the groups that was started up many years ago was called Mothers Against Drunk Drivers. These are typically moms or dads that have lost children through traffic accidents caused by drunk drivers, and they can be a very, very powerful resource to the laboratory when you're trying to get more personnel and staffing. The same is true with sexual assault evidence. We've had very large backlogs in sexual assault kits, and we connected with rape victims who went to testify before United States Congress and at our state levels to help us get more resources to address these problems. So as I said earlier, you want to be patient. You can't expect to move things rapidly. They take a while. You want to keep good humor because oftentimes you can get very disheartened that things are not moving along as well as you might wish. So you want to be able to laugh at some of this stuff. You want to aim high and don't give up. This is it's not a short race, it's a marathon. You want to take your time getting there. Here's a couple of pictures. There's me over here. We're meeting, we're meeting right outside of in Washington, D.C., outside the United States Senate. This distinguished looking fellow here, his name is Jeff Sessions. He was a senator, former prosecutor, who was very instrumental and helpful in our efforts. He later became United States Attorney General, and you just never know where these people are going to wind up. Another visit that we made, there's me again. This guy was a senator at the time, Joe Biden. He went on to become vice president of the United States and is currently running for president of the United States. So you just don't know how these things are going to turn out. I'm sure Joe has no recollection of us getting together, but who knows? These things might happen.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an amazing lecture. Now, we invite our next speaker, Cloyd Steiger, to speak on the view from inside the yellow tape.
My presentation, I had a PowerPoint presentation all set up for this, but it will not open. So I don't know why, but I have another PowerPoint presentation that has some slides on this. I'm going to be flipping back and forth between that PowerPoint and the case file that I have also to talk about this case. So hopefully I don't skip over things because I don't have it written in front of me. But so this case, this murder happened in December of 2011. We were called to this building, which is the Four Freedoms House. It's up at near 135th and Linden Avenue North in North Seattle. And it is an assisted living facility for elderly people, not a nursing home. They have their own apartments, but it provides extra service. There's a central cafeteria and things, but they all live in this place. They come and go. And on the night of December 11th of that year, one of the residents named Patrick Fleming, he was actually Francis Patrick Fleming. He was a Navy veteran, Vietnam War veteran, won two Purple Hearts and a Bronze Cross in Vietnam. And he was living on the 7th floor of this building. And he had been out that evening with a female friend of his that lived on the 7th floor of this building too, in a different apartment. And they'd been out all day. And then they came back to his apartment in the early evening and watched the news on TV. And at about 7 p.m., she remembered that she had to go take her medicine. So she went to her apartment, which is, again, on the 7th floor, same floor, but on the opposite side of the building, so quite a ways away. So she walked back to her apartment about 7 p.m. About 7:20 or 7:30, she realized that she'd forgotten something at Patrick's apartment. So she called him on the phone. He didn't answer the phone, which was really unusual. She went ahead and went about some business. And then about at 8:30, she walked back over to Patrick's apartment. And when she got there, she found the door ajar, which she thought was really unusual because it was very security conscious. And she knocked on the door and said, "Patrick," and opened the door. And that's what she saw from the door, is the body of Patrick Fleming laying on the floor of the apartment. Now she, of course, was very upset, and she ran to a neighbor and pounded on the door, wanted somebody to call the police, but nobody would come out of their apartments. So she went all the way back to her apartment and she called the police. Patrol officers came and other people came, and then eventually, I was at home. They called me and other detectives, and we went to the scene. And my partner and I were the primary detectives in this case. So again, we've got a guy in this apartment, not a high likelihood of being a murder victim by his lifestyle or anything like that. He just is a senior guy living he was 71, I think, living in these apartments, and nobody knew really why. So the night that this happened, of course, we're starting to talk to a lot of the other residents of the apartments, and they tell us that, Patrick, he kept to himself pretty well, but he had one thing about him is he collected rare coins and uncut U.S. currency, and he would tell anybody about it and show them about it. and he was really proud of that collection. I mean, he had, it was probably worth about $60,000 US, which was a lot of money to him. It was, you know, more than he made in a year. So, but he would show it to people all the time, and people said, "Man, you shouldn't talk about that. You shouldn't show that stuff." But he did. Well, this building is not in a bad neighborhood, but it's only a few blocks from a street in Seattle called Aurora Avenue North. And Aurora Avenue North used to be US 99, a highway that went from Canada to Mexico down the West Coast, and before the interstate system was built. And of course, then there were a lot of, in this area, there were a lot of little motels and stuff that were built when it was a roadside inn in the 40s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. These little motels were not for people, travelers to stop in. Well, when the freeway system came in, those motels became seedy little motels, and there's a lot of drug users and prostitution and stuff that goes on over there. And they've been having a problem here at the Four Freedoms with people coming over from Aurora Avenue. It's only about 4 blocks away, and stealing from the residents of this place or scamming them and things. So right away, that was the first thing we thought, that somebody from Aurora Avenue came over and saw this guy. So we didn't, I think I'm gonna have to switch to, yeah, that's a close-up shot of him. I'll go here. Let's go back. I'm sorry. Again, I'm really sorry about this. That's not even the same case. I'm really sorry about the herky-jerky way this is working, because I had a complete PowerPoint made just about this case. So we're back to here, and it's not working. But anyway, so let me go down. That's the view. That's a closer view of Patrick. He's obviously brutally been murdered. There's a lot of blood. You can't, in this picture, you can't really see, but right in the corner up there, if you can see my cursor, there is a boot print in blood, okay? That was one of the things that attracted our attention. So Patrick was he was obsessive compulsive. I mean, he was that neat. Everything was in order. He, if you looked in his closet and you opened it, he had all his shirts hung up. They're all in laundry bags by shade of color going across. He had like 10 pairs of immaculately shined shoes. So obviously something's going on there. Somebody went through his apartment and was rifling looking for something, right? So one of the things we noticed right away, over here on this chair, there's a chair against the wall, and you see there's blood on the back of that chair, right? So that tells us that this chair probably wasn't there when this happened. It was out here somewhere, and it got moved there, probably by the killer or one of the killers. So that right away we zoomed in on that. His coin collection, by the way, was not there. It was missing. So we were pretty sure that was the motive, stealing his coin collection. And that's a close-up of the chair. You can see blood here and there on the handle. Of course, you know, usually when you get to a scene like this and there's blood like that, it's going to be your victim's blood, right? So you don't get too excited. But we didn't know for sure. Okay. The next thing this is the hallway. It's a hallway that leads, and I had a floor diagram of the apartment as part of my other PowerPoint. But there's a doorway and then a hall. To the left, halfway down the hall, is a bathroom, and then straight ahead is that bed. The view you had of Patrick laying on the floor was from the doorway. Well, there were blood drops leading to the doorway. Okay, and that's a little unusual because you don't usually, even with a weapon, you know, it's not going to drip that much, that far away from the body, but we had blood on the floor, so that piqued our attention. I had my crime scene people collect all this stuff. Okay, now I'm getting ahead of myself. So now, excuse my flipping around, but I'm going back. I'm going to the case file here, and those are. I really, really apologize for this awkward presentation with going back and forth. This is another angle inside the apartment. The chair would be over here next to the TV. There's a little stove microwave set up, and this is the hallway I'm talking about, and the blood is on the floor down here. Patrick's body, you can see his feet sticking out at the bottom of the screen there. That's where he was. So right away, again, we're talking about we're thinking the people from out on Aurora Avenue. Might have come and done this. This is another view, and you can see kind of up in the corner there is that boot print I'm talking about in blood. Okay, he's not wearing any shoes. He's barefoot, so that's going to be the killer's boot print. We're pretty sure about that. We double checked with because the fire department had originally become the paramedics, and we checked with patrol officers and said who went into that room, and they said nobody went past the bathroom. That's as close as anybody went in, because once it was obvious he was dead, they backed out. So that was good. So that told me that, because I thought maybe that's a firefighter's boot, right? But it wasn't. So let me go back. So we got information. One woman told us that she just moved into the building and she was in the basement of the building at about 7 o'clock, and there was an unusual. You have something, sir? Oh.
Yeah.
There was. Go ahead.
I'm saying that your PowerPoint is not moving. So can you?
Yeah, I know the PowerPoint isn't yet because I'm switching. I'm not going to PowerPoint now. I'm going to the files because I'm getting. I'll go back to the PowerPoint, but I don't have it. The stuff I have before that isn't.
Fine.
Isn't going to work out. That's the kind of the awkwardness of not having the PowerPoint working out for this case specifically.
No problem.
So anyway, let me tell you. So basically, a woman said that they were in the basement of the building where the laundry room is at about 7 o'clock, and saw a young man in the basement, and he didn't belong there. And she said, well, she said, I saw this guy, came across this guy about 7 o'clock at night. Well, that's just before the murder, right? And he's in the building. So right away, I thought, well, this might be our guy. So we had her get with a composite artist, and this is the sketch she gave of the person that she saw in the basement at about 7 o'clock, a little bit before the murder. So we put a bulletin out and sent it to everybody out and about. And one of the things that came up later, so when we're interviewing all the people, a name came up. The people kept saying, one woman said, you need to talk to Sylvia. Sylvia Sutton was her name. We didn't know at the time. Sylvia, she used to live there, but she was always borrowing money from Patrick and things like that. It was always weird because she would be with Patrick and borrow money. And I said, well, what's Sylvia like? Well, she's like an 83-year-old woman, and immediately I think of this, well, this guy was not killed by an 83-year-old woman because there was a lot of forest done there, right? So that, I said, yeah, okay, thanks. It's an 83-year-old woman. But later on, so I say that because it'll come up, it'll be important later. We put this bulletin out, and for this guy might be involved in this murder. Well, a couple days later, we're up in that area, going back to the building, and we hear over the police radio that somebody has stopped somebody nearby who matches that sketch. So we drive over there, my partner and I drive over there and see this guy, and there's the guy sitting on a curb, and he kind of looks like he could match the sketch, and he's close enough. So I walk over to him and I say, hey, where's you got ID? And he says, well, it's on the car, my wallet's on the hood of the patrol car. So I go over there and I open his wallet, and there's a credit card in his wallet and a woman's name. And then I take this ID out and I go, who's this credit card belong to? And he says, well, he goes, oh, I just found that it's not active. Well, how does he know it's not active if he didn't try to use it? So that's my probable cause to arrest him. I said, yeah, you're coming with me. We're going downtown because you tried to use his credit card. Not because give me a little more time to talk to him. So we go downtown and I start asking him about what's going on and tell him about a murder happened at the Four Freedoms House. And he actually was shocked he doesn't know anything about that. And so I'm talking to him about it and then I tell him about this guy getting killed. And I show him a picture of Patrick Fleming when he was alive. And he looks at it and he goes, oh, I know that guy. He goes, I said, you do? And he goes, yeah. He told me I needed to join the military and get my life straightened out. He'd buy me coffee all the time. And then he started crying about the guy. So now I'm thinking, this isn't the guy that killed him. But I told him I was going to make him my informant. He's going to go out in the street and find out what he could find on the street. And so he did. And he called me a couple times and he said, nobody knows anything about this out here, which is really unusual in a case like this. Somebody should know something about that. So that kind of set me off on the Aurora Avenue thing. I didn't necessarily think at that point that had anything to do with it. But then I got a call again from another resident at the apartment, at the building. And he told me that the night of the murder, these three heavy-set women dressed really garishly were sitting in the 7th floor elevator lobby on couches, and they just sat there and didn't look at anybody, and they were really out of place. He says they looked like they were trying to be fancy, but they were just so garish. He says a couple other residents saw them too. And he said, I don't know what the real, but they're just these weird women. They just sat there. And so we talked to a couple other, a couple other residents there who said the same thing. So then we're talking to a different resident, and he says, and he brings up Sylvia's name again, and it's a completely different person. And he says, yeah, she had a niece that she would talk to Patrick all the time. And well, basically when two people unrelated to each other start telling you the same name, you probably should look at it, right? So that's what we did. And we went down and found out from the manager, because she used to live there, she didn't anymore, who she was and what was going on with her. So she gave us Sylvia's name and all this information about her. We went back to our office and we started running Sylvia's name in the computer system. And we found out that she was actively a victim of a senior scam, like a financial scam, that was being investigated by our police department in a different detective unit downstairs. So we went down to the detective unit downstairs and talked to the detective, Pam St. John, and say, what's the deal with Sylvia Sutton? You're investigating her. She's a victim of a scam. And she told us this story that Sylvia had lost her life partner, and Sylvia was a retired teacher, but she'd done really well for herself financially through investments. And she'd lost her life partner, and it was at a street fair in Seattle. And when she was at the street fair, she went into a tent for palm reading. And when she did the palm reading, the lady told her that she had a very dark aura and things were really bad for her, but she could fix it and she could help. And she had this guy named Father Thomas who can help you clean your aura and make your spirit better. But it would cost money, is the first thing she said. So Sylvia starts giving this lady money, a little bit at first, but more and more. And then she starts going to see this lady who she knew as Lady Monica. And every time she'd see Lady Monica would say, here, take this and give her a pill. It'll relax you. And so she'd take these pills. And Sylvia started giving Lady Monica money, and it got bigger and bigger. And by the time it was all over, actually, she spent so much money, she had to move out of where she was living. And that's why she ended up at Four Freedom's house, because Lady Monica had moved her in there. And then suddenly, in the middle of the night, Lady Monica moved her out along with some other people she was with. And she owned 30,000 shares of Microsoft and sold them and gave all the money to Lady Monica. In the end, she gave Lady Monica about $1.5 million and then was left broke. And then one day she was just, by herself, and she realized what had happened. And the reason she realized that she'd been being drugged by this woman. So she was always in a daze. And when it was wearing off, she realized she'd been scammed and reported it. So that was really interesting. And so we wanted to talk to Sylvia, and we got a hold of her and said, because Pam had not been able to figure out who Lady Monica was. She showed her a bunch of pictures and had never been able to figure it out. So she finally said, we talked to her and said, well, how do you get a hold of her if you need her? She goes, oh, I have a phone number. Oh, okay, so she gives us a phone number. We run the phone number, and it comes back that it's to a woman named, well, it comes back to a man's name, but a woman's been associated with named Brendan Nicholas. So we check Brendan Nicholas and find out that she's Roma, which is a gypsy, basically. And Roma is the culture. And she is currently on probation for some other scams that she was pulling. And so we do another search of her in a different database we have of all the police agents, and we find out that she was being investigated at that point by a small suburban agency near Seattle, and that they'd done a search warrant on her house. And when they did the search warrant, they listed all the things they collected. And one thing they listed that they collected was a brown briefcase. And in the briefcase, there were papers with the name Francis Patrick Fleming on him. So that's our aha moment. I mean, she's got the papers of her murder victim with her. She's involved in our murder. So right away, we start really pulling in all the things to work on her. Because I knew she was gypsy, I had a friend who was retired who, when he was working, he just worked gypsy cases. And so I called him up and I said, hey, we got a case that might involve some gypsies. And he goes, and I named Brendan. He knows, oh, I know Brendan Nicholas. Yeah, she do that kind of thing. And so he tells me, I got a couple of old informants that I can give to you. They'll tell you all you need to know. So he set me up with a couple of gypsy informants, which was invaluable. And they were very good. And they explained to me that Roma is the culture and gypsy is the criminal element of the Roma culture. That's how they explained it to me. And they knew Brenda and everybody around her. So I'll get back to them in a minute. Again, I'm sorry this is so disjointed because my PowerPoint didn't work and it was all very professionally laid out at first. But anyway, so we find out that Brenda has an appointment with a probation officer, and like the next day or 2 days later. So he tells us that she's supposed to be there like Thursday at 8:30 a.m. So we're down there in the parking lot, all in not unmarked, but undercover cars. And we watch and we see her pull in, and there's a guy driving the car, obviously a gypsy man. She gets out and goes in, is in there for about 20 minutes, and then comes out, gets back in the car and leaves. And we start following them. And we follow them all over, and they take us. Let me get a different picture here because they lead us to the north end of the city. And when they're in the north end of the city, they pull into a they pull into a shop that it was on. And that's the shop. You see the palm reading place in the north end of Seattle. So what we do is we figure out that they're actually, this is a business, but they're actually living in this business also. So we set up what are called pole cameras, and pole cameras are basically, we have undercover detectives come out and they're like dressed like city workers with a cherry picker truck, and they go up to a utility pole and they put a box on it, and the box has a camera. And then they went to the other side and put another one on the other side, and we can access that over the internet from anywhere. And we can zoom in, pan left, pan right, zoom really close, zoom back, take still photos, like this is a still photo we took, or videos as we need them. And that's what we did. And we were watching them. In the meantime, I got a call back from the crime lab because we submitted all that evidence. And they tell me that the blood on the chair, that folding chair, the blood drops going out the door, and also swabbings that were taken from Patrick Fleming's fingertips all have a male DNA source that is not Patrick Fleming. At that point, he's named individual A. He's not Patrick Fleming, and he left a male left blood there. So right now we have the blood, and they ran him in CODIS, which is the federal DNA database in the U.S., and he was not in it. So he's somebody who has never been convicted of a felony, or else didn't have his DNA processed for whatever reason, an unknown suspect. So we have the killer's DNA, at least one of the killer's DNA, but we don't know who he is. So I told you about when we were watching the car come up at the probation officer's office. And the guy that was driving that was this guy we later determined, this guy right here, his name's Archie Marks. He is, and we find out from both the informants that I have and other people, that he is Brenda's husband, gypsy husband. I don't know if they're legally married, but he's their gypsy husband, and we think he's probably the source of the DNA. Well, we watched him, and every day he would come out of that shop and he would smoke a cigarette and toss the cigarette butts down. So one day we went there and we had another undercover officer dressed like a city worker sweep up all of the cigarette butts that were in that area, cleaned them all up, went away. We watched while Archie came out, smoked another cigarette, dropped it down. And when he went back in, the detective came back out, collected that cigarette butt because he knew it was the only one because he'd cleaned up all the others. And he brought it to me, and I submitted it to the crime lab. You know, in a perfect world, that would have been a perfect thing to do. But I got it back. I got the report back a couple of days that said, he's not the guy. So we're back at square one. He's not the guy. How can that possibly be? He's not the guy, right? I mean, he's her husband and all this stuff. So we're back to square one, and we start looking, and we keep taking pictures of all these people, and I show them to these informants, and they can name this guy is him, and that's Archie. But there's one person, he goes, I don't know this woman. She's not Roma. I don't know who she is. And there's also a guy. I don't know who he is. He's not Roma either. So we start looking at those people, and we decide we're going to bring them in based on the scam that was being investigated in where Sylvia was being scammed. So we have them arrested and brought in, and we put them in there. We put them all in individual rooms, and have the Pam St. John, the original detective, talk to each of them. Well, she tries to talk to Brenda. Brenda says, I want a lawyer right away, so she can't talk to her, books her in jail. The other one is a girl named Gilda Ramirez. She talks to her, and she does pretend she doesn't know anything. Then she talks to this guy, the guy who ended up being a guy named Archie Youngbluth. Excuse me, not Archie. Charles Youngbluth, who Charles Youngbluth is a white guy. He's not gypsy. He has no criminal history, but he kind of hangs around Brenda and drives her everywhere she goes. So Pam starts interviewing him, and my partner and I are on the other side, just like on the other side of the one-way glass watching it. And I look at my partner and I go, "This guy's too much of a wimp. He didn't do it, but he might know something about who did it, right?" So we decide we're going to start talking to him after she leaves. And I'm going to go back to my PowerPoint here. After she leaves, we're going to start talking to him. Hopefully this works and you hear the sound and everything. Can you guys hear that?
Yes, it is.
Remind you, at this point, I'm pretty sure Charles is a witness. And that's how it affects the way I talk to him, because I talk to witnesses different than I talk to suspects. But you'll see, so this is our initial interview with him. Okay, so in this interrogation, which again, I didn't think he was the guy, I was pressuring him to give us what he knew. And he admitted that Brenda was selling some coins, and he identified specific coins. As a matter of fact, let me go back. Specific types of coins that that Brenda was trying to sell. And he identified this is the type of things that she had here. He had, and he marked, yeah, I saw some like that, and I saw some other stuff. So we were using him as a witness. But you saw at the end, because this is what I always do, I swabbed his cheek. You mind if I take a little, you mind if I swab your cheek? I just want to take, oh yeah, no problem. I swabbed his cheek. So I got I sent the swabs off. And let me go back here. Again, I'm really sorry. This is so disjointed. First of all, let me go. This is the first lab about the cigarette butts from Archie. It says, this is the one that says the DNA typing of individual B, which is Archie, his cigarette butts, is excluded as being the source or possible contributor to the DNA typing profiles previously obtained from the cloth on the chair, et cetera, et cetera. That's the one we got from Archie. And so, oops. And I got this one back for Charles Youngbluth. We'll get down to the meat of this. This here that says that it's the DNA from the cloth on the chair and the major component is consistent to a single source male and matches the reference DNA type profile of Charles Youngbluth. The estimated probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random in the U.S. population for the matching profile is 1 in 10 quintillion. That's a big number. Matter of fact, I mentioned that to Charles later. And then again, the blood that was found, the other blood was also Charles's. So Charles, that guy I thought was too much of a wimp to do this, was a killer in this case. All right, and then so let me go back to my PowerPoint. I went and got Charles. This first one you see on June 27th, and it took till October 16th to get the other one back. So I'll play. This is the interview of him when I brought him back in. Again, I want you to notice the tone of my interview with him is much quieter and softer because now I know he's our suspect. I never get in the face of a suspect. I get in the face of witnesses sometimes who I think are going to lie to me. But because now he's my suspect, we're not doing that. We're just playing it really soft. But this is how that goes.
Right? Do these videos have the audio also? Because audio is not audible in the video.
Oh, it's not? You can't hear, did you hear it before? Or
we can only see the video. No audio is coming.
No audio is coming. Oh, of course. All right. So this is going to really get this up. All right. So I don't know why it's not playing. So what he basically says, I have to basically pull his teeth to get him to say it. He said that he would take Sylvia and Brenda to the Four Freedoms house and would drop them off. And then they would get in the car and he would take them somewhere else and they would be talking. And one of the things he says is that Brenda told Sylvia, I really want you to get close to Patrick because, you should really get to know him. And that Brenda had Sylvia introduce herself to Patrick as her aunt, or her niece, I'm sorry, give her Sylvia's niece. So he brought him back and forth all the time. And then at one point, Sylvia said to Charles, excuse me, I keep getting Sylvia. Brenda said to Charles, this guy has some coins. I need to get them. And he said, okay, yeah, we're going to go there and we're going to kill him and we're going to take them. And then Charles said, well, I said, and I asked Charles, what did you think when she told you that? He said, oh, I thought she was just kidding. Did she tell you again? He goes, yeah. And then, did you ever question why? Well, no. And then finally he said they had meetings, him, and he would bring in this other girl, Gilda Ramirez, who would come in, who was the other woman that my informants didn't know who she was, said she's not Roma, but she lived there at the house and had her in these meetings. We're going to go kill this guy and take his coins. Okay. And then she had her 15-year-old son, who was also obviously gypsy. He was in the meetings. Yeah, oh, yeah. Let's go kill him and get his coins. She didn't take her 15-year-old son, but he was in on all the meetings. So finally one day she came to Charles and Gilda and said, we're going to do it tonight. So she and Charles went to a Goodwill and they bought all these clothes and bought some knives. And they dressed in these clothes. Now, Charles wouldn't admit that he was dressed as a woman, but the witnesses all said there were 3 women there. So I'm sure he was dressed as a woman. He just wouldn't admit it. They got together and went to that night. They got dressed, drove to the Four Freedoms just after dark, went inside, and they said they waited. He acknowledged they waited in the elevator lobby because there were a lot of people around until everybody was gone. And then they went down, and the plan was that Gilda would knock on the door and say something like, I just moved in. Can I use your phone to order cable to get him to let her in? And so they got there and knocked on the door, and he opened it, and she tried that line. He says, no, you're not coming in. And then Brenda came along and forced him in. They all had him in the room, and he said, Brenda started trying to stab him in the stomach. And he had a lot of, Patrick had a lot of superficial chest and stomach wounds on him with the autopsy. And so that was consistent, like she was trying, but she didn't know how to do it and was not pushing hard enough. And then he said that Patrick started choking Brenda. So she yelled for him, and he and Brenda took him to the ground. And I said, where was Gilda during all this? He goes, I don't know. She disappeared. And so he talked about them stabbing this guy. And he said they were stabbing him in the throat. Well, I didn't show you the gruesome pictures, but he was almost decapitated. There were cuts on both sides of his throat that were devastating. And the only thing holding his head on was his spinal cord. And I said, well, were you on the same side or different? No, we were on different sides. And so everything he was giving these little things that you need to have that are corroboration to show that he was really there. Like when he talked about that apartment, I said, well, where was it? He goes, well, you go down a hallway to your left, and it's about halfway down on the left. Well, that's how it really was. So to make sure somebody's not giving you a false confession, you look for have them tell you these things. And when he starts talking about how stabbing on both sides of the chest or neck, that was consistent with the wounds also. Now, he told me that at one point, Brenda didn't think he was stabbing enough, so she stabbed him in the hand, stabbed Charles in the hand, which caused him to bleed, which left his blood at the scene and ultimately sealed both her and his fate. Okay. But they got the thing, he got him dead, and they said they got all the coins and they started going through everything, and then they just left and went to a motel, and he said he didn't get anything out of this. So in the meantime, then I have Gilda. We have to go find Gilda. We get her and drag her in. At first she says, she's from Colombia. She has a strong Hispanic accent. And I started asking her about this, and she said, no, I don't know anything about that. And then I showed her a few seconds of this interview here that you can't hear, and she says, okay, I'll talk. And she tells the story. The interesting thing about her was that she said, her story was, she was an architect in New York, and she just had a baby, and her boyfriend left her, and she was very sad. She was walking down the street one day in Queens when a woman walked up to her and said, I can tell you're sad. And she said, I'm a mind reader. I can help you with this. You have a dark aura. And this all sounds familiar, right? And so she goes, yeah. And she started giving her money. And it was Brenda, who was in New York. And she started giving her money and giving her money until she got her parents mortgaged her house. She gave her over $1 million also. And then Brenda was gone. And she finally called her and says, I have nothing. You left me. I have nothing. And I know I got fired from my job. And Brenda said, well, come to Seattle. We'll bring you out here and I'll help you out here. So she flew to Seattle with her baby and basically became an indentured slave to Brenda. I don't know if Brenda was drugging her also, but she said she was doing everything for her. And when Brenda said, we're going to go kill this guy, she didn't think anything of it. They went to the apartment, but she said once they got there, she couldn't do it. She ran to the bathroom and hid, but saw Charles and Brenda doing it. That's where she went. So that was consistent with Charles saying she disappeared. So she started to, we turned her basically. She became a witness for the state. And she told us all the different stuff that was going on and helped us out. She said that a couple weeks later actually, that Archie took her and they had all the clothing they'd taken and the knives, and they went to a spot on what's called the Ship Canal in Seattle, which is a canal that connects Lake Washington, Lake Union with Puget Sound, which is saltwater. And they went down there and they burned the clothing in a barrel and then threw the knives in the water. And she took me to that spot. Let me see. This is, by the way, that is, hang on. That's Gilda there. She said she's Colombian. In her culture, they believe in that stuff, and it's strongly true. So she took us to the spot, and this is the spot in the Ship Canal that they said they threw the knives into the water at. So I had a police boat come down there with some divers, and I showed them where she showed us how she threw them, and they came down there. And when they dropped the anchor, the anchor actually landed on one of the knives and made it stick up at a 45-degree angle. So they went down, and we recovered those knives several months later. Those were the knives that they used to kill the woman. The top one here, I don't think that was involved. This was the honing rod and the 2 knives. The other thing Gilda told me was that they went to another old man's house before this murder because they had another guy that had money, lived in a different part of town, and they were going to do that to him. But when they knocked on the door, and she tried to force away, and he said, "I got a gun," and they all took off running. And that's when they went over to Patrick's house. That's Gilda. I mean, that's Brenda Nicholas. Like I said, she was the mastermind of this whole thing. She would talk on the phone with Archie, and they would talk about this murder. Of course, all the phone calls were recorded, but she was speaking Roma, and Roma is not a written language. It's only a verbal language that's unique to the Roma culture and the Gypsies. And she said he said to her, "Don't talk about this. This is recorded." And she said, "Oh, this is Roma. No, they'll never find a translator." Well, we did. We found a guy who was a police officer in California who actually grew up in the Roma community, and he translated the calls for us. So that was very valuable. Again, Gilda pled guilty to robbery and theft charges, and she was sentenced to 8.5 years. Charles, but he testified also for the state, although he actively took part in the murder. So he got convicted or pled guilty to murder in first degree with a deadly weapon and sentenced to 25 years in prison. And Brendan Nicholas was convicted on trial of murder one with a deadly weapon and sentenced to 35 years. And that's basically all I have because I don't have my PowerPoint. Sorry about that. And I guess we'll open up the questions. I'm sorry, I'm a little short, I know, but I had the...
Thank you, sir. It was indeed an amazing session. Now, we move forward to our next session by Dr. Kavita Lakha on the topic Standards for Epiphyseal Union in South African Children. Over to you, ma'am.
So good morning to you from not so sunny South Africa, where it's currently past 10:30 in the morning. But I understand it's afternoon in India, so very good afternoon to you all. And namaste, because I know we share the same greeting as well. So as Priya and Dr. Ranjit kindly introduced me, my name is Dr. Kavita Lakha. I'm a forensic anthropologist in the Missing Persons Task Team. And I was also awarded the Mail and Guardian 200 Young South Africans Award many years ago. And I still serve as a forensic anthropologist in the missing persons task team. So the talk that I'm going to give you today is my PhD, which was done in 2015. Although it's 5 years old, I have done some work before doing this presentation, and it's still valid for today because nobody has published any standards for South African children. Although it's been 5 years, I think that the delay was well warranted, and lockdown in South Africa has given me the chance to actually do this important work of delivering this presentation, number one, and number two, to publish this presentation as well. So today I'm going to be talking to you about epiphyseal union and the creation of standards in a South African population. So what is epiphyseal union? Epiphyseal union is a process during our growth, which, if you can see the diagram on the right, it happens in the long bones, and also the ribs, vertebrae as well have epiphyseal union. And it's the long bone, the metaphysis, which fuses with a cap at the top, which is called the epiphyses. And this epiphyses unites to the metaphyses at a specific age. And it's also, it comes after the peak of the pubertal growth spurt. So it comes after the growth spurt in both males and females. Epiphyseal union is also, it's affected, or one of the factors that control epiphyseal union is our hormones. So in females, for example, estrogen is responsible for bone maturation, and you'll often find in these types of studies that females will show a 1 to 3 year advance compared to males. So where are these studies used? So epiphyseal union studies are not only used in forensic anthropology, where we have only human remains available, they're also used in cases of asylum seekers. So as we see currently, there's a large influx of African people into the European Union. And the European Union uses these standards to determine whether an individual is under the age of 18 or over the age of 18. And according to these asylum laws, it helps them to determine whether they're going to be treated as juveniles or whether they're treated as adults. There have been some studies as well which have used epiphyseal union for age estimation in sport. So what has happened in sport, and there's specific cases of soccer, for example, where the chronological age of the individual doesn't match their biological ages. So these individuals, they have age categories. So for example, the age category will be 10 to 11. These individuals are often older, and when they join the younger cohorts, what happens is that they are seen to have an unfair advantage over their younger peers. So it's been useful in sport as well. They've been used in humanitarian forensic crises, such as the wars in Srebrenica, in tsunamis, where we don't have enough information or soft tissue to do identifications. In India, for example, and you can correct me because I'm sure you have more recent statistics and information. So from the recent articles that I've read is that the consensual age for sex in India is 16 years. But these studies have been used to determine whether or not the victim is under the age of 16. And if she is under the age of 16, how the perpetrator is then prosecuted may be more severe if she's under 16 years of age. Myself, for example, I use age estimation studies for cold cases. Our cases are often 20 to 30 years old. And even though the majority of the cases are over 20 years, we do have some cases which are between the ages of 18 to 20. And these studies have proven to be useful for those cases. So historically speaking, the earliest studies of epiphyseal union go back to 1929 by individuals called Grulich and Pyle. And maybe some of you have come across their atlas. So they have created an atlas where they've taken radiographs of children at specific ages, and it's specifically radiographs of the hand and wrist, actually bones of the hand and the wrist. And what they've done is they took pictures of every age and they published that in an atlas. In order to determine the age of an individual, you would go with your radiograph and you go to the book and or the atlas and you try to match which one suits your individual. However, presently in South Africa, there have been studies which have been used on our contemporary population, but they have found that they overestimated age and they underestimated age. And we've also found that they're not very good at differentiating between the different races. So this is it's not really a great standard for us in South Africa at the moment. So similar to Grulich and Pyle, in 1975, we have Tanner and Whitehouse who compile similar standards. However, theirs was more descriptive and it takes into account the variation of the growth in size and shape of epiphyses over our maturation phase. So it takes more of the variables into account. They were one more than just an atlas. They developed something called a scoring system. And if you see on the left-hand side of this image, you can see they came up with a scoring system, which is associated to a stage. So the stages deal with how big the epiphyse is, how the margins of the epiphyses look. And they came up with a scoring system. And in this scoring system, you can find that they have a maturity score, which is often the sum of the assessment of the epiphyses, which are then correlated to a bone age. And as you can see, as the maturity score increases, sorry, the slide. As we see, the maturity score increases. There's also an increase in the bone age, so the age of the individual. So age estimation studies are done primarily and not exclusively in one of two ways. We do macroscopic observations of skeletal material. Excuse me, these are often the samples of human remains at universities. So anatomy departments have cadavers which are then donated to these bone collections, which students then study to develop their standards for epiphyseal union. So the problem with these is that there's a lack of sample. We have or are limited to a specific age of individuals. Some studies have also been used or derived from war dead. So there have been studies on the Bosnian population, which were primarily males over the age of 17. And the problem with using this kind of a sample is that they miss the critical window of epiphyseal union, which takes place at the younger ages. These collections also have a scarcity of juvenile and infant remains, and they are also affected by secular trends. So the modern populations are affected by rapid increases in growth, decreases in the age of monarch, and growth in height and weight. So these affect contemporary populations, so they have to be used with caution in modern populations. The second way of conducting these studies is the radiographic studies. And these studies are based on X-rays. So the advantage is that there's a larger sample to draw from to conduct these studies. They also represent the contemporary population, but there is issues about the unethical exposure of individuals to X-rays. There are previous studies which have been conducted, but the X-ray studies deal specifically with joints because in the past it was very, when we go into the hospital, if you have a broken leg, they'd only take an X-ray of your leg, for example. So you only have information about the leg, and that's the standards that were developed. So there are other age estimation studies that were done, but on a South African population. It was done on an X-ray, but this study measured the length of the diaphyses and the breadth of the epiphyses. So the study derived univariate and multivariate equations with prediction intervals to estimate age in children under the age of 12 years, so birth to 12 years. They were limited to use in children under the age of 12, and they showed that they had lower prediction intervals for the older children. There's a larger variation in the diaphyseal length in the older children, and there's less variation in the younger children. That's why it made it more accurate to actually use the standard on the younger children. These intervals were shown to increase in the adolescent period because of the variation in the growth spurt. So it's less accurate to use in the older children, but also the restriction is that it's only up to the age of 12. So the need to develop new standards for South Africans was that there were no standards for other epiphyses of the body besides the ones that were used for the hands and the wrist of Grulich and Pyle. There's also been some suggestions that if we assess multiple joints of the body, we are able to get a more accurate age assessment, which is always a better idea. In South Africa, for example, we've had a study called the Birth to 20 study, where children who were born in the year that Nelson Mandela was released from prison were admitted to a longitudinal study to determine the effects of growth on these children. They found that there was a positive secular trend in height, a decrease in the menarche age in females, and also they found that these were favorable conditions which promoted these conditions in the population. So we can see that secular trends have affected the South African population, and it developed a need to develop new standards. Finally, the last part of the aim of the study was to see whether or not we could actually use data which we were collecting on radiographs to use them on studies of forensic cases involving human remains. So the factors which affect union are most definitely puberty, because of the onset of puberty in females, which occurs about 2 years earlier in females compared to males. The socioeconomic factors, which will affect your nutrition, for example. People who are malnourished or who are poor have less access to good quality food of nutritional value and will be malnourished. The chronic malnourishment, for that matter, will result in the stunting of children and delayed maturation. We haven't seen that. We've seen a positive secular trend, so that's an interesting factor to consider. And as a sign of nutritional status, menarche age is used for this. So this brings me to the LODOX. The LODOX stat scan system was developed in South Africa by De Beers Mine, and it was developed to scan individuals who worked there to make sure that they weren't stealing any diamonds. But none can express the excitement more than me than the showcasing of this unique piece of material. And this clip is taken from Grey's Anatomy. So please enjoy it, bear with me.
And now, what you have all been waiting for, the LODOX, low-dose radiation X-ray stat scan. It provides full-body anterior and lateral views. The low radiation makes imaging safer for children and pregnant women. It is our most cutting-edge tool in diagnostic technology. Murphy.
When can we use it? Oh, I'll volunteer. When I was 6, I stuck a marble in my nose and it never came out. We checked my stool for over a year.
Listen, this is not a toy. I know we all want to see this thing in action, but be patient. The last thing we need is some line forming when some real trauma comes in.
Chief Hunt, we've got an ATV accident 2 minutes out.
Here we go. All right, it's all set. Avery, would you do the honors?
Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Look at that. Worth every penny.
You can see the fractures of both legs and of the proximal aspect of the right radius and ulna all in the same x-ray.
It would have taken like 15 scans to get that much information before.
It's freaking magical.
It's definitely worth waiting for.
Yes, it is definitely worth waiting for. So we've been using this system in South Africa since 2005. they were introduced into the hospitals in the Western Cape earlier than they were over here in Johannesburg. So a lot of my sample comes from the Western Cape of South Africa. But as it suggests, the video suggests that it takes a full body anterior, posterior, longitudinal radiograph in 13 seconds. It's safe to use in pregnant women and in children. I've actually seen scans of pregnant ladies underneath the radiograph, in the radiographs, and they are phenomenal. So a little bit about my sample. My study sample, I assessed over 10,000 images to end up with a final sample of 2,220 individuals. You can see the distribution of the sample shows that it's bimodal, where we have very large numbers of individuals from 2 to 7 years, and then it decreases and increases from 12 to 19 years again. There is definitely less females than males, and this has been shown in most of the research so far, that there is just generally less females in the sample. On the right-hand side, you can see that these are the institutions where we got these scans from, and the Red Cross, Grooteskier, Tygerberg, Salt River are all the facilities in the Western Cape, and the Chris Hani and Milpak are here in Johannesburg. The DART collection was a skeletal sample I used from the University of Witwatersrand from cadavers. I also find it very interesting to find out what's happening with the sample, why they're there. And in this bottom graph pie chart, the most prevalent cause of individuals entering the hospital in South Africa are from motor vehicle accidents. And the second largest group were from gunshot wounds, so violence indeed. So for the first stage of my of union, it was classified as stage 1 of non-infusion, where the epiphyses, these epiphyses are either absent or they are much smaller than the metaphyses. They may exhibit a difference in the shape, and you can often see that they are smaller than the ones that than their metaphyses, and you can even see the proximal fibula, the epiphysis is much smaller. Stage 2 is classified as partial union of less than 50%. The diameters of the metaphyses and the diaphyses are similar, so they are similar in size, but there's still less than 50% union going on, and there's less than 50% of the adjacent sides that are touching. And this one of the shoulder, you can see that the head looks like it's in advance of the greater tubercle of the humerus, and it's scored as such. And then stage 3 is classified as greater than 50% of union of the adjacent areas are in contact. You can see visible islands of cartilaginous ossification, and there's an increase in the continuity of size. You can see the sizes are the same. And you can also see the distal femur is advance of the proximal tibia and fibula. And then we get complete union. Often these, they don't always have a scar of union, but in some cases they do, but you can see continuity in the two surfaces. So these are just sketches and radiographs at the top of the stages of union and how union progresses from a stage 1, where there's more continuity, greater than 50% union, and complete union. And these were done for all the major joints of the body. You can see in the elbow that there's no medial epicondyle, that there's a trochlea but no capitulum, and the smaller size of the proximal radius epiphyses. But I find that this is a great way to show how union does occur. Similar case in the wrist as well, where there's no epiphyses here in the distal radius, and that would be scored as a stage 1, for example. Stage 1 of the radius and the ulna, actually. And then it progresses to complete union. And this, you can see that there's a scar, an epiphyseal scar of recent union. Similar case with the knee. So the progression of union, this is the detail of my study, which looks very, very complicated. But if you just have a look here, it shows how at the earlier ages that union is 100%, but it progresses diagonally downwards until we have complete union in males around 18 years of age, but there's an easier way of showing this actually. So in this graph, at 6 years old, we see that about 75% of our female sample is still in stage 1. And it's a great way of viewing this because we can tell that the stages are not in isolation, that they are overlapping. They continue with one another. And we see that stage 1 is mixed with 2, 2 with 3, 3 with 4, until complete union of the proximal radius is seen in females around the age of 16 years. So there were some interesting features which we did pick up from this research. So studies do show that the medial epicondyle in the elbow is the last of the epiphyses to fuse. And we found this, that the trochlea and the capitulum complete union first, followed by the lateral epicondyle, by the proximal radius, and finally the medial epicondyle. The similar thing can be seen in the females, but their data is very erratic due to the smaller sample sizes. Similar phenomena were found in the knee and has been also previously published. The distal femur progresses with union faster than the proximal tibia and fibula. You can see the curve is ahead of the proximal tibia and fibula. Similar phenomenon in females, but their data is a bit more erratic because of the smaller sample sizes. I think that future research does dictate that we need to get more females into this study before it can probably be called a standard. In the hip, the head of the femur completes its union before the greater and lesser trochanters. And females, it's unfortunately, it does show some semblance of that sequence. So McKern and Stewart in 1957 suggested that there's a series of the way the epiphyses unite, and they gave it an acronym called EHAWK. So the elbow, the hip, ankle, the knee, wrist, and shoulder. And in the present study, thankfully, we have found the same thing, that the elbow completes its union before the hip, the ankle, which are very close, followed by the knee, the wrist, and the shoulder and iliac crest follow very similar times and sequences of union. So it was the males. And it's evident that this process happens earlier in females. If I just go back to the males, you'll see that their curve is much later. But in females, our union starts being accomplished by the age of at least 15. So this was a very exciting scheme to come up with. And this just shows us the ages of union of my South African sample, and that how the females are usually between 1 to 3 years ahead of males in all of the joints. Compared to other world populations, it seems like our South African sample is it's delayed in its epiphyseal union, but I guess there are many more factors which have to deal with this delay. But that's why it's very important to develop population-specific standards to do epiphyseal union, because no two populations are the same. So in the second part of the research, my aim was to develop the standards on the radiographs, but to be able to use them in forensic cases, which involve only dry bones. So what we've done is we took some of the samples from the skeletal collection at the DART collection at the University of Witwatersrand, and we scanned them at the low docks to see what we could find. And basically, we have found that there were an overlap of stages. So in the radiographic study of the contemporary population, we found that the metaphyses and the epiphyses were of different sizes. So we find that this is the case in the skeletal material, except that when you handle the skeletal material, the epiphyses is a separate joint, but they're still different sizes. So the difference in size is still there, it's just that it's a separate component. When we moved on to stage 2, the metaphyses and epiphyses, the sizes are the same, but like in the first stage, it appears as a separate component. In stage 3, you could see that there is, this is a stage 3 in the femur. You can see that there's greater than 50% union. And you can also see it on the bone that it's greater than 50% union. And complete union is complete union. So these are a few examples, and if we see that in the radiograph of this distal humerus, you can't really see that it's in stage 3 of union, but when we conducted a radiograph, we could see the epiphyseal lines that they were still fusing, and that was classified as a stage 3. Similarly, in this distal humerus, we find that there are no medial epicondyle, no capitulum, no trochlea, and that the radius is classified as, the epiphyses of the radius classified as a stage 1 because it's smaller in size. This was glued together at the collection, but the basis for it is that the size is different from the metaphyses. And in stage 3 of the iliac crest, you can see greater than 50% union. Although you can't see it on the bone, you can see this growth of the epiphyses or the union taking place on the posterior aspect, the anterior aspect. So this was a very interesting part of the study because it showed that the test for inter-observer error showed that the scoring was very accurate. But in my opinion, it's a bit of a bias because I am the person who came up with the standard. I am the person who assessed the other 2,220 individuals. So a greater research, if I got another researcher to do the same scoring and see if we came up with similar results. So part of this study, similar to, I think it was Todd who created a scoring system. So what we did was we took the mean fusion scores per element. So it would be for the proximal radius, the distal radius for each element, or we took them for joints in a whole. So for a joint, we take the 5 elements that made up the joint of the elbow. We got a mean score, and that score was associated with an age and a standard deviation. So from this year, the mean scores were higher per age in females than in males, which we expected. And these tables allow us to extrapolate an age for a suspected stage of fusion at the elbow. So what do I mean by this? So this is just the union scores. And as I was saying, it was McKern in 1970 that came up with a total score, an age range, and predicted age. So this study attempts to do a similar thing. So we do it for the joints. And as I was saying, the joints are made up of more than one epiphysis. So it would be the greater tubercle for the shoulder and the head of the humerus. And the score divided by 2 would give us the mean score for that joint. A similar thing would be done for the elbow, where we score 5 different components and we divide it by 5. And that's how we get a mean score for these. Wrist is 2 elements, the hip was 3, knee 3, and the ankle was 2. So this is an example, and this is the poster child for my study for epiphyseal union. And we took the mean score for the elbow. So we measured each of the components, the 5 components, which were the medial epicondyle, trochlea, the capitulum, the lateral epicondyle, the proximal radius. We took each of those scores and we divided by 5, which gave us a score of 1.2, a mean score. So we take the mean scores, and these tables are published in the appendix of my thesis, where we take the mean score and we add and subtract a standard deviation, and it's associated with an age. So that's the one that was done for the joint, but we did a similar one for the proximal radius, just one of the epiphyses. And that one, it was just a stage 1. So the mean score was a 1, which gave us an age range of 6 to 7. In my opinion, this needs a lot more data before it can be used. But I think for now we have a basis, a starting point to start using this on our forensic cases. So that's the end from me. And I'm sorry that it's less than an hour's conversation, but thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, ma'am, for embracing our knowledge with your valuable talk. Let's move forward with our next lecture on impact of abuse on mental health and child development by Dr. Hani.
My presentation is going to be on impact of abuse on mental health and the child development. Of course, you all know that child abuse is a serious problem in all countries of the world, and unfortunately, it is managed in responding to cases after it happens. It's the reality of this problem. Child abuse is a public health problem, and if we focus on the prevention of cases initially, then we'll not reach this bad consequences of child abuse. And one of the sentences which I'll never forget in one of the conferences, that if you spend $1 in prevention, you are saving $33 in responding to child abuse. Of course, money is not the only issue, but here we are talking about suffering of cases, disabilities, and even death. My definitions of abuse and all my background information regarding what's written in the literatures are the United Nations literature. As you can see, it is the World Report of the Violence and Health published in 2002, and the UN Study of Violence Against Children published in 2006. I was privileged to be one of the editorial board of this study, and the other references, as you can see, you can download them from the internet, or you can, if you go into my site, which I will go to provide at the end of the lectures, you can download any one of them. So why now? Every 5 minutes, a child is killed by violence. 400 million abandoned children live on their own now. And probably those numbers 2 years ago, but we expect that these numbers may be a little bit higher now. The 26 million children aged 5 to 17 working in dangerous condition. 1 million children forced work in mines. And you know that working on mines is with, my voice is okay? Okay. 1.2 million children and babies are trafficked every year. At any one time across the world, around 1.8 million are being abused through prostitution, child pornography, and sex tourism. And as you know, sexual violence against children are the most destructive psychologically, which may accompany the child the rest of his life. 5.7 million slave children in forced labor, and 300,000 children are soldiers under the age of 15. Of course, we know that even under age 18 is not acceptable, but the number under age of 15, we are talking about 300,000 children. Why now again? The scale of violence is unacceptable in all countries, and I know I met professionals from your country, and they are facing the same issues as we face in Jordan and in Arab countries and all over the world. Violence causes severe physical, cognitive, and economic damage, which is the core of my lectures. Introductory cases, usually I just show some of the very old cases, maybe 15 years old cases, just to give a message. So the cases are old because to hide the identity. Anyway, the identity is hide. In one of the autopsies, I will show the pictures quickly because it is broadcasted, just in case. The case which we are going to see now is a child 14 years old commit suicide because he was verbally abused by his stepfather. It is typically in forensic pathology, hanging by himself usually is suicide, and in forensic pathology and the prosecutor general, the case is solved. The case was solved, but you look at his letter of suicide. He said, of course, it's written in Arabic. He cursed the society. All of you are dogs, and la ilaha illallah. And he asked for. There is an eye with tears, but here it's written, take care of my sisters. Take care of my sisters. So here we are talking about a very serious emotional, which is sometimes considered okay to care children or to verbally abuse them culturally, but this verbal abuse ended by death. So when we are talking about consequences of child abuse, it's not only behavioral, social, or psychological, it may be death. This is one example of how child abuse leads to death. This is very clear what's written. Of course, the prosecutor and the forensics, they want to know, is it his handwriting or not? They proved that it is the same handwriting with his copybook, and he was able to write it on himself. And the case ended legally, but it did not end socially. Who will follow his sister that they are not abused by the same stepfather? Here we are talking about the prevention is much more important than treating. If this child was discovered by a teacher or social worker or police, we will not see this terrible ending. Sometimes there will be no consequences at all. And this 6 months or 4 months child was sexually abused by a friend of the father in a really disgusting way. He put his genital organ in his mouth, and we collected evidence, and the specimen were positive for his seminal fluid. But of course, you expect in this case, you don't expect any consequences later on in his life. So we are talking about a variety of conditions in which physical abuse may be lethal, and sometimes, depending on the age of the child, you will not. There will be no consequences at all, and in between, you can imagine a very large area of condition that result as a consequences of a child abuse. Any hope? Of course, there is always a hope in the treating cases, but this is not the aim of my lecture. The aim of my lecture that we need to focus in the precipitating factors so we can prevent the consequences. We see child abuse at the United Nations main classification: physical, psychological, neglect, with the main classification. There is roots and there is consequences. If we just in the emergency room or the doctors deal with the main forms of violence, then we are not getting into the roots of the problem. We should look at the causes, risk factors, and the consequences. It is a continuum from roots, presentation, and consequences. One of the terrible cases of attention deficit disorders, he was treated badly with burns, with, you see the iron, because the parents think that there is evil spirit in him, but it was a typical case of attention deficit disorders. He came to our service in Amman, and he really improved. And you see a smile on his face after 2 years of suffering of abuse. So these consequences that he suffered psychologically and burns and scarring his body, sometimes, I say sometimes, because sometimes we cannot succeed to get rid of his problem. You see his smile here, an indication that we succeed in rehabilitating him. But many other children did not reach a service like our service, sometimes reach a service that we had in Jordan, and we failed to provide the treatment because the case is very difficult. So that's why we need to look at the roots, as I said just before, the presentation and the consequences. Here, another case which was really treated badly, and after 1.5 years, you see the smile on her face. This case, his penis was amputated by his mother or uncle. There is dispute about the incidents, and fortunately, we succeeded to treat him in Mayo Clinic in America, and they did the reconstruction to him, as you can see. And after 5 years, you see his smile on his face. Of course, the abuse resulted in a permanent disability, the kind of functional disability, but we need just to confirm that if we provide good services, this is another success story. So why now? As in we saw in the first slide, there is a lot of statistics which indicate that this is a serious problem. You saw clinical cases in which we failed that ended in death, and you saw cases that we succeeded in rehabilitation. So I'm going to talk today about consequences which will be documented nicely, but at the same time, whatever consequences, I will go to the roots of violence that ended in this consequences. Just to unify our information, if you look into the internet or literature about definitions of child abuse, you will never end. You will find thousands and thousands of definitions, really. And we got really confused if you want just to compare those definitions. So my ABC in dealing with the child abuse regarding definitions is the definition of the United Nations, the WHO, UNICEF, and the Office of Human Rights are my reference, and I recommend this for any professional who are working in the field of child abuse or even in violence in general. So I will go through the definitions. So me and you will unify our knowledge about what we mean by different terms of violence and child abuse. Violence as defined in, and this is one of the most important sentences in, if you work on violence, it costs the United Nations $3 million for this sentence. And I am not exaggerating because when we read...
Sir, sorry to interrupt you, sir. Your voice is a bit low, so I humbly request you to just speak a bit loudly, sir, so audience can hear, sir. It's a humble request, sir.
Is it very low?
Yeah, so if you speak a bit loud, it will be more clear for the audience.
Okay. Definition of violence against children as defined by the WHO in 2002. This definition cost about $3 million in consultation preparing to publish the report on violence and health. And in the introductory page of this report, they concluded this definition. Violence is the intentional use of physical force or power, threatened or actual, against oneself, which is suicide, another person, or against a group of community, which is terrorism, and either result, here is very important issue, which either results in or has a high likelihood of resulting of injury, death, psychological harm, maldevelopment, or deprivation. So this is one of the very basic ABC when we are dealing with violence. Of course, child abuse is violence, and the UN study of violence against children just make it simple for every professional in the world that violence is abuse and abuse is violence. Of course, if you are trying to look in literature, there is many people trying to distinguish between violence and abuse. But for the UN study of violence against children and for the United Nations organization, violence is abuse and abuse is violence. Just to make it simple to police officers, to doctors in clinics, and to doctors in emergency room, they don't need to distinguish between words violence and abuse. Probably some of you will not like this, but for a practical reason, I like it, and it works very fine when you deal with daily cases. violence against children. This is in 2006, and it is defined based on the previous definition of violence by WHO. When we are talking here violence against children, once again I reiterate that this is abuse. The intentional use of physical force or power, threatened or actual, against a child by an individual or a group that either result or has the high likelihood of resulting in actual or potential harm to the child health, survival, development, and dignity. Of course, we can go into each word of those for lectures and lectures about what we mean by violence, but I think just to simplify it, we are talking about healthy problems, death, development, and even dignity, the psychological consequences of abuse. And here, the basic issue in this definition that it result or might result. So, the violence is not considered about against child violence to cause an actual result. If it may cause the result, it is still under this definition. So the main definition of violence against children, then we go into psychological violence, any form of insult, name calling, ignoring, isolation, rejection, threats, emotional indifference, and marginalization that can harm to the child's psychological development and well-being. Neglect, and many people does not recognize neglect, unfortunately, as part of violence, but we got a little bit difficulty in introducing it in the definition of violence, and we succeeded. Neglect is violence, and this is accepted by the UN agency. The failure of the parents or carers to meet the child's physical, emotional needs when they have the means, knowledge, and access to service to do so, or failure to protect her or him from exposure to danger. Here we'll go into dialogue about the role of the government in poor communities and in uneducated communities, is this neglect or not? And we go into another dimension, which is the government neglect. But for the time being, not providing the basic needs of the child, to me, is the responsibility of the parent, and they should find their way to motivate the government to provide this need if they are in poor communities or in uneducated communities. The related forms of neglect, abandonment, dangerous and harmful hazardous work, deprivation, state neglect, and as you know, child labor is not a form of violence, but when a child working in a dangerous space, it is neglect, and he may be even sexually assaulted or physically assaulted by the owner of the work. So when we are talking about neglect in working hazards of children, we are talking about different forms, not only neglect. Physical violence is the intentional use of physical force against a child that's either result in or has a high likelihood to resulting in harm to the child health, survival, development, and dignity. When we come here, we got corporal punishment, which is of course one of the worst, to me, is worst form of punishment of children, judicial use of physical punishment and torture, especially judicial use in the child institution. For I don't know if it's true or not. We are getting a lot of clips on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube about the Indian police punishing those who are violating the guaranteeing not going to the streets by beating them by stick, and a lot of fun about it. I am not sure if it is true or not, but it is as it is in your culture, it is accepted corporal punishment In our culture, it is accepted to punish children by stick or by slapping them on face. This is violence, not accepted, and we should be able to change it. Sexual violence is any sexual act, attempt, or to obtain a sexual act or other act directed against the person's sexuality using coercion by any person, regardless of their relationship to the victim in any setting. Here we are talking about sexual abuse if it happened from an acquaintance in a family or even from a stranger. It's classified under abuse. There is many different forms of sexual violence. Recently, with the excessive use of the internet, there is a child pornography, child prostitution, and child trafficking, and even sexual violence related towards all these forms are really very difficult to deal with, and it needs public health project, not only a child protection service. When we go back to the UN study of violence against children, it differentiated the different settings, violence against children at home, and schools, at institution, at workplace, and in the community. Of course, as you might expect, the most difficult forms to deal with violence against children is this one, an institution, because it is hidden behind high walls and very difficult to get to those children. They are abused from the worker in those institutions in many different ways, and the worst form of that is sexual abuse. Of course, statistically, violence at home and violence at school are more statistically, but violence against institution is really bad because it is hidden and no easy access to it. Violence against working children is a phenomenon different from the child labor, and we should distinguish between them. We need a project to deal with child labor, and at the same time, we need a project to protect children from sexual violence, physical abuse, and neglect from the family who are working in those places. Violence in the community also, we are talking about gang, drug abuse, internet violence is classified here and here, crossing item to different settings, and also a challenging program. Now we are talking about the implication, the consequences. I just provided a background for different definitions, so we can talk at the same tone without confusing. Once again, my reference is the UN definition of violence and abuse. So what are the consequences and the implication of child abuse? I just went from the birth of the child to the death of the person. We are talking about a very important study, which the ACE study, or ACE study, which is abbreviation of Adverse Childhood Experiences. It is a well-known study. It started by now maybe 20 years. It has a reference and even a website, I think. You can get it from here. It is the largest ongoing examination of the correlation between childhood maltreatment and health and well-being of outcomes, not only for children, for adults. When the first time I did the presentation about it, maybe 20 years ago, I could not believe it. I said, what's the nonsense talk? We're talking about my diabetes and my liver failure and my lung cancer is related to child abuse. This is stupidity. That was my initial response to the study, but after this presentation, or if you came across this study, the ACE study, you will believe that many of our cases as adults, we are seeing consequences, we are seeing in clinics, emergency room, is related to child abuse based on the adverse childhood experiences. data are collected. This is the initial study from 17,000 participants, and I am glad that our colleagues are doing the same study in Saudi Arabia. I think finding shows that certain experiences are risk factors, causes of various illnesses and poor health. Once again, not only for children, but even for the adult. Just please don't forget this slide for the rest of this presentation. And if you go across the study, you will need to remember this as the ABC of the ACE study. When we are talking here, we have 10 items. One score was given to one of these items: psychological abuse by parent, physical abuse by parent, sexual assault or abuse by anybody. This is one score, one score, one score. Then we come to neglect, emotional neglect and physical neglect. One score for each of them. Probably sometimes even who are not clinicians, they cannot probably not distinguish between physical neglect and physical abuse, and they cannot differentiate between abuse. When we are, of course, we can into definition of all of them, but we don't have time because they are different categories. We are talking about emotional neglect, so that withdraw the life of the child and you just don't communicate with him. This is emotional neglect. Household dynamic by category. Alcoholism, drug abuse is one. Loss of biological parent at the age of 18 or less of the child. Depression or mental imprisoned household. So just to get it visually, we have three categories of risk factors of ACE study. The abuse, which is physical, psychological, sexual. The neglect, physical, emotional. Household dysfunction. If one of the parents are drug addicts or alcohol addicts. Loss of biological parent. And if the child is under 18, if there is mental illness in the family, if there is violence against mother of the child, or house of abuser, or if there is imprisoned person. So there is one score for of these, and all the study are based on the score of the previous history of the child in his childhood, how much he accumulated number of scores of this 10 scores. And this is the link of the study. I will put the presentation on my website, and I will put my website at the end of the presentation so you can go back and look at the study carefully. The introduction of the ACE study is child abuse and neglect affect children, adolescents, adults, and society. And this is the core issue of my presentation. The consequences of the child abuse that the child faces in his childhood is not limited to his childhood. It will affect his adolescence, even when he became adult, and even will affect the whole society, which is going to be the last presentation of the last slide of this presentation. The effect of a child abuse in children vary depending upon the circumstances of abuse, personal characteristic of the child, the child's environment, and these consequences. And of course, we can go into the details of this, and we'll take a lot of chance. For example, if the child, there is in the child environment a protective factor, like a protective mother, and the father is abuser, so this environment will not affect this child compared to another child who is a child of a single mother who is abusing him. So if there is a protective factor in the family, the consequences will be less. The characteristic of the child, this is studied extensively, and probably the most clear example, disabled children, the children with attention deficit disorders or autism are more susceptible to abuse than other. And it is a long list, and but this is not the place to go through them. We are talking about mainly consequences. So the consequences, main classification of consequences are physical, psychological, behavioral, social, or any combination of the of all these. They could be mild or severe, disappear after a short period of time, or last a lifetime. A very clear example of last of time of consequences of a child abuse is sexual abuse of children, mainly females, that may affect their psychology the rest of their life, whatever services we provide to them. Not all children are will experience a long-term consequences, but they have increased susceptibility for those consequences. Factors affecting the consequences of child abuse and neglect, individual outcome vary widely and are affected by a combination of following factors: the child age, development status, when the abuse or neglect occurred, the type of maltreatment, physical abuse, neglect, sexual abuse. Each one of them has different effect on the child, the frequency, duration, severity of maltreatment, and this is very obvious. If the abuse is frequent over years, if lasted for many years, if it is severe, we expect that the consequences will be more clear. The relationship between the child and the perpetrator. If there is attachment, or like mother or father are abusing the child, we expect that the consequences will be more severe than if the abuse from a teacher or a stranger, in which the attachment relationship between the abuser and the abused are not very well established. So if we apply this, the worst form of consequences of abuse in children in adulthood life will be sexual violence if happened from a father on a daughter, because there is a relationship, and it will be more severe if it is more frequent and it includes vaginal penetration, for example. So when we expect the consequences of violence in the adult of the life, we should consider these variables in account. Child resilience is a very complex topic, but simply I try to translate it in Arabic, and I failed. What is child resilience in Arabic? But it is a mixture in both risk and the protective factors that cause the child positive or negative reaction to adverse experience, mainly positive. Some children will not be affected of abuse with no consequences, we say, because of resilience. The ACE study and many other research confirms that it is not genetic. The resilience of a child that can hit between two brackets to protect himself, it is by culture and the way he is raised in the family. If there is a positive attachment, if there is self-esteem, if he is intelligent, if he can regulate his emotion, if he has sense of humor, and if he is independent on himself, we expect that he got a high resilience index, if we can say. But studies shows that children are very, very much of their resilience and combating violence by themselves. As I mentioned, it depends on those factors I just listed. The consequences are interrelated. Physical consequences such as damage to the child's growth, the brain can have a psychological implication. Psychological problem manifests itself by physical illness, which could be depression, high-risk behavior, and I will go through them when we talk about psychological consequences. Social consequences are a public health issue, increased cost of health care, human services, and educational system. Child abuse and neglect can serious impact on the society as a whole. Therefore, it is imperative of communities to provide a framework of prevention strategies and services, be prepared to offer treatment rehabilitation when necessary. So we are talking about prevention and not only response. As I show in the introductory cases, when child abuse happens, usually some part of the child's physical, psychological, behavioral structure of the child is destroyed. So we are supposed to focus on prevention, not only in providing rehabilitation. When we are talking about neurophysiology, when the child are expected to unstress, they will be released of a complex neurochemical and hormonal system. If this became chronic, we are affecting the psychological status of the child. Of course, any human being is subjected to stress. These hormones in red will be released, and this is normal physiology. But if it is repeated and became chronically released, as it happens in chronic physical abuse, then this has a direct effect on the psychological consequences. Of course, when we are talking about shaken baby syndrome, there will be destruction. It is vary in severity from death to simple concussion. And in this case specifically, it ended by a shunt from the cerebrospinal fluid to the abdomen, which need to be changed every 3 or 4 years, I think. But the most important thing is not the medical condition of the child. The brain damage of this child is related to his failure to develop with low statures, inability with loss of cognitive abilities, and even with emotional reactions. All of these are related to the initial insult done to the brain. Even one of the courageous studies which says that shaken baby syndrome that are very minimal, which are not seen in the emergency room, it is the main reason responsible for early learning disabilities at the age of going to school. Of course, you can debate this article easily, but to me it's logical. When you shake a child, you will have petechial hemorrhages in the brain. He will go into temporary loss of consciousness. He will awake after 1 or 2 hours, but the damage is there, and it will not appear for this infant except when he start to go to school or when he start to speak. So the shaken baby syndrome and physical injury to the brain is really one of the main causes of consequences to the child, either developmental, behavioral, or cognitive. Physical health consequences. Please remember that the scores which I mentioned, the 10 scores that this study are using. One of the simple sentences of this study state that immediate physical effect can be relatively minor, bruises or cuts, or severe broken bone, hemorrhages, or even death. Any professional working in, or any police officer working in the emergency room, he can realize this, that physical abuse can be simple bruises or broken bones. Usually the physical effects are temporal, but the pain and suffering are associated with abuse is really sometimes could be permanent. Child abuse and neglect can be a multitudinal long-term effect. And this study, which is really need to be considered very importantly in this presentation, research found that at some point during the 3 years followed a maltreatment investigation, 28% of children have a chronic condition. Of course, I know in our culture and probably in India, we just see the child abuse in the emergency room or in child protective service. We treat his fracture, we treat his even skull fractures or simple bruises, and we never follow on their health condition. And this study followed in their health condition 28% of children who had chronic 28% who had abuse have a chronic health condition, and this is really very serious. And these studies can be done easily. Just provide a social worker who follow any case seen in emergency room or child protective services and follow a health record after years. This is an initial result of the study. Of course, when we are talking about brain development, I just mentioned it, that the physical injury of the brain will result in a long-term consequences. Those are very important results. Important regions in the brain to fail to form or grow properly, resulting in impaired development. Here we are talking about brain injuries in childhood that result in a long-term effect. These alterations in brain maturation have a long-term consequences in cognitive, language, academic abilities, and are connected to our mental health conditions. So when the neurosurgeon treating the child in this case of subdural hematoma, and he evacuated the trauma, his work did not finish, for God's sake. The consequences of cognitive, language, academic, and mental are there and should be followed up. Unfortunately, with my when neurosurgeon I came across them in my services, they think that these are not their responsibilities, and when they treated to child protective services, also they don't follow up in these cases to know what's happened to them later in their life. Disruptive and neurodevelopmental cause children to adopt to a persistent fear state, and this is really a precipitating factor for hypervegetative state, anxiety, and behavioral impulsive, and will result in psychopathic personality. Of course, once again, the emergency room surgeon, they will not take this in their consideration. Will you imagine that hypertension is a result of a child abuse? Now you will start thinking. The study to prove it an indirect way, and this is a scientific fact and published. But of course, not every hypertensive patient is abused in his childhood, but adults who experience abuse and neglect during the childhood are more likely to suffer from cardiovascular disease, lung and liver disease, hypertension, diabetes, asthma, and obesity. And the reference of the study, you can see it here, and you can get it when you download the presentation. Once again, you will start laughing, but you should not. I put this slide to remember again that the score, each one of them: physical, psychological, sexual, emotional neglect, physical neglect, and the household risk factors, addiction, death of one of the parents, psychosis of one of the parents, violence against mother, and one of the parents in a prison. If we get these scores, they are 10. If you get the ACE study, if you have 4 score out of the 10, which I just show you, if you have 4 of them, the risk of smoking will go to 60% compared to if there is no risk factors, you are taking about 40%. So there is increased risk if the child is, if the human being is abused when when he was a child, the risk increased from 40% to smoking. Physical activity, it increased little bit. Severe obesity also increased with the increased score more than 4, and the breast effect also increased, and anxiety increased. All these are related to hypertension and cardiovascular disease. Smoking, physical inactivity, severe obesity, depression, and anxiety all are related to hypertension and to cardiovascular disease. So you should not laugh when you hear that child abuse is a risk factors of adult hypertension. It is well documented. It is not directly related, but child abuse will increase the smoking, decrease physical or increase physical inactivity, and so on, which all of these will result in cardiovascular disease. One study shows that children who experience neglect were an increased risk of diabetes and poor lung function. And this, you see the reference. You can get the reference and review the study. A child maltreatment has been shown to increase adolescent obesity, and here we are talking again about all the diseases that are related to adolescent obesity. Immediate emotional effect of abuse and neglect in child. Isolation, fear, and inability to thrive. Here we are talking what happens to the child immediately after he is subjected to abuse, isolation, fear, and inability to trust others. This will translate into lifelong psychological consequences, including low self-esteem, depression, relationship difficulties. Researchers have identified link between child abuse and neglect and the following: difficulty during infancy, poor mental and emotional health, cognitive difficulties, social difficulties, and I will go quickly through them. Emotional difficulties during infancy. We are talking that what happened to the psychology of the infant after being subjected to the child. Of children entering the child protection services in 2010, 16% were younger than 1 year. The primary caregiver change negatively affect their attachment. They were attached to the maybe abuser or not to the mother. Not when they are taken to the child care services, they will get another attachment, and this had a negative effect on the child. Nearly half of the abused infant in child protective services exhibit some form of cognitive delay, have lower IQ scores, language difficulties, and neonatal challenges compared to children who not have been abused. And this is also a well-documented study. Poor mental health. So it affects the emotional consequences is in infancy. Later on in life, they will have behavioral disorders, depression, anxiety, other psychiatric disorders, or related to a child with abuse and neglect. The ACE data found that roughly 54% of cases of depression and 58% of suicide attempts in women were connected to adverse childhood experiences. And this is really, when you are talking about psychiatry, this is a lot of load of cases because those patients were abused in their childhood. Of course, the psychiatrist will not be able to do anything at this time except treating the patients and try to prevent further abuse if he is interested in the social services. And I'm not really optimistic about this. Many psychiatric doctors, not only in our country or in our region, they just want to finish the case, giving the antidepressants and get the patient out of the room, and they don't forget about the public health issue and trying to prevent other children. Child maltreatment also negatively impact the development and emotional regulation. It continues with the abused child from childhood to the adulthood, and also this another important issue. When talking about depression, we go back to the tennis score. If they are more than 4, you see high expression demonstrated very well in the AC study. And suicide attack, if you are +4 scores from, which I said that you need to remember the tennis scores, there will be increase to 20%. And we continue with this with all other psychological conditions, mainly the cognitive one and achievement in the schools. And probably I will finish with this one. More than 10% of the school age children and youth showed some risk of cognitive problem or lower academic achievement. One of the important numbers, 43% of abused children have emotional and behavioral problem. And after abuse of the school period, 13% has both. When we talk about social consequences, we go into public health, the effect of leaving work of those patients who were abused at their childhood. And the last slide will be the effect on the society. Probably this is, I'm really sorry for time, but I should not miss this one. Delinquency, bad sexual behavior, abortion, committing the crime, adolescents misconduct. All these are related to child abuse, and you might expect this will affect the effort of the Ministry of Finance in dealing with this issue, and Ministry of Health, when we are talking about a lot of these issues that we are dealing in our adulthood life that are rooted in child period. So when we are talking about consequences of the child abuse of the child and the growth, we are talking a much wider issue that will end in the health of the adult, in the public health issues related to the government, and the suffering at the level of the psychiatric services and psychological services and the protection services. Of course, the main message I gave at the beginning, which I think the most important one, is the 10 factors in childhood we should work on prevention so to avoid these consequences.
Thank you, Dr. Hani, for such amazing lecture. Now, let's move forward to our another lecture, The Basics of Biological Profile in Forensic Anthropology by William R. Belcher. Over to you, sir.
be talking about a little bit is the basics of the biological profile. It basically, and I'll go into this in a little bit of detail, but I do want to emphasize that the techniques and the processes that I'll be talking about are, to not use a pun for skeletal material, but the bare bones. And so we are just talking about some very basic techniques that are used in the United States and worldwide, but there's so much research being done for specific populations around the world, which, and this just gives you some of the general ideas on how things are done in forensic anthropology. So, but what is forensic anthropology? I know that a lot of the students and my colleagues that I've met at the Gujarat Forensic Science University are forensic odontologists. And so we've been very keen on trying to work with the faculty and some of the students to begin to understand aspects of forensic anthropology. So anthropology in general, so I know that there are several people from the Anthropological Survey of India, as well as maybe the Archaeological Survey of India. It's the study of humans. So, and then forensics is pertaining to legal or medical aspects of that assessment. And primarily we're talking about the identification and processing of usually human remains. And that could be something from criminal activity, mass disasters, human rights violations, and there's several different aspects that forensic anthropology has grown in to become part of a very important part of the forensic sciences community, as well as working for particular local jurisdictions or police forces. So basically, we're looking at what can we tell from the bones? What can we tell from different aspects of the bones? And I'll be talking about the biological profile, and I'll get into the specifics about what we're going to be doing with that. But the biological profile is basically something that we can compare to a possible missing persons report. So we're talking about how tall somebody was, what was their geographic origin or ancestry, what was their biological sex, what was their, just different aspects of that. So those are the primary things that we're looking at: biological sex, how tall the person was, what's their geographic origin, and things like that. And so we can take that information and compare that to a missing persons report, or even if we don't have a missing persons report, because many places around the world, you don't have the detailed medical records that many of the urban areas have. So if we're talking about trying to identify somebody in a rural setting, we may have to do interviews with the family or the families of the affected or the missing to get an understanding maybe about what kind of clothes they were wearing at the time of disappearance, roughly what height they were, descriptions of maybe their dental characteristics and things like that, and how old they were. And so these are the different kinds of things that we can look at, and whether it's specific kinds of official records or whether it's something that we can look at in dealing with interviews with family members or people that may have known this person that was missing. So like I said, the basic biological profile that we want to look at is what was the biological sex of the individual, what was their ancestry or geographic origin, what's their stature or how tall are they, and their age, how old are they. And like I said, I want to emphasize again that I'm going to be talking about some basic methods, and many of the examples I'm going to use are from North America. And so, but I want to emphasize that a lot of research is being done by my colleagues in India to address these for specific regions of South Asia, as well as specific populations in South Asia. So many of the things I'm talking about are actually being researched or have been researched for specific populations in South Asia. So when we're talking about biological sex, so we want to talk about how can we ascertain if somebody is basically male or female? So humans tend to be slightly sexually dimorphic. So there are some differences, but unlike some of the other primates that we're related to that have extreme examples of what it is to be a male and what it is to be a female, but humans have a very slight sexual dimorphic aspect of it where we can look at the differences. So we're looking at robusticity, or how large the bones are, how much muscle attachments are on those bones, the roughened areas where the muscles attach, versus gracility. So something being very gracile where it doesn't have the large muscle masses. So this is one of the main differences that we're talking about in looking at those kinds of expressions of male versus female that we see in humans. So robust tends to be male, gracile tends to be human, or I'm sorry, or female. But I want to emphasize that these are general categories because we all know examples of women that are much taller than men, women that are much more robust than men, not just within the same populations, but across different populations between North America, South America, Asia, Africa, things like that. So these are sometimes very general, which is why it's very important to do these specific kinds of discussions and research within the population. So the other thing that we can look at is, I think that most of us are familiar with the fact that the pelvic girdle has some very unique expressions of male versus female. And I think it's because the female pelvic girdle has two functions going on. It's basically birthing a very large-brained primate as well as walking erect. And so there's a lot of differences between the male and the female pelvis just based on the fact that women bear the children. And so there has to be some expressions between birthing a very large-brained primate and walking bipedally. And then, like I said before, there's other aspects of muscle attachments. One of the things that I think that modern forensic anthropology deals with is this concept of gender and expression of gender that goes beyond some aspects of biological sex. We can get into this maybe in the questions, but examples are transgender individuals or intersex individuals. And this is an issue because if somebody that we know expresses their gender as a female, and all the reports that we have are female, are we going to miss that person if biologically their bones express a biological sex of male? And so these are some of the things that we have to think about when we're finding or identifying remains. It's like, how is this person going to be reported in a missing persons report? How is that going to express themselves about how they lived, as well as how they appear in death? So, like I said, one of the main expressions of male versus female is the pelvic girdle. And this is because there are several evolutionary responses so that the pelvis of a female is wider and more open for the birth canal for the birth of a child. And so we can see if you're looking at the screen on the left, the male column and then the female column on the right. And so in dealing with what's called the pelvic inlet, and this is the base that is required for the birth of a baby. And so you can see that the male sacrum has a tendency to block that area because it's very curved. And that's what we got. Look at the bottom where we talk about sacrum concavity. The sacrum is very curved on a male, but tends to be much straighter for a female. And also in dealing with the pubic arch, so males tend to be around or less than 60 degrees, and females tend to be much larger, so around 90 degrees. And so what that does, it opens up the area and spreads the hips wider for the birth of this large brained primate. And so it has to do also with the fact that there's that constant influx during an evolutionary process of dealing with walking bipedally and birthing this very large brain primate. That's a whole lecture we could go into. But the other aspects, and this relates back to aspects of robusticity and size. Men tend to be larger than women in height, muscle mass, and things like this. And this expresses itself in the architecture of the human skeleton. So aspects that we can see that the male skull on the left and then the female skull on the right, we can notice some pretty unique differences all of a sudden in dealing with the shape of the chin, the back of the mandible, and I have a diagram that I'll show you in a moment, and the supraorbital torus, or what some people call a brow ridge here. But that's not something that, but it's dealing with a torus or a ridge of bone above the eyes. And so there tends to be much more robust expressions of this in human males. So these are some of the specific characteristics that we look at. And again, some of these are more general. So I'll start with the back of the skull. So in the nuchal region, or the back of the neck here, men tend to have larger muscle masses. And so you have very large, rugged, bony areas for attachment of those muscles. And also the mastoid process behind the ear. This is also much larger in males than females. The other aspect of this is that men tend to have sloping foreheads, women have vertical foreheads. And then we have a pronounced crest on the side here that relate back to, again, with muscle attachments for a larger jaw or chewing. And then the supraorbital ridge or torus right across here. And then wide zygomatic arches and a much more large mandible. So it's more rugged for muscle attachments, like I said, for the chewing, and for a wide ascending ramus for the area here with the muscles. So there's a lot of very subtle and not so subtle, I think, that differences. But again, these vary across geographic populations. So somebody in Southeast Asia that's a male is more gracile than a European or North American male. And so those are kinds of things that we're taking into account when we're looking at these. So I don't want you to think that I'm de-emphasizing some of the geographic spread of some of these concepts, but these are very general characteristics again. And again, dealing with the muscle mass. So anytime that you have muscle attachments, the larger the muscle mass, the rougher the bone surface is. And this is why on the back of the skull, because of the shoulder muscles and the neck muscles, you tend to either have very robust, rough areas for those attachments. But the main areas are this area in the neck. On the back of the femur, which was one of the landmarks, is the linea aspera. So it's a very long ridge of bone for muscle attachments for the large upper leg or femoral muscle masses, as well as the pelvic girdle. So there's a lot of areas of dealing with the ischial tuberosity, or actually part of the pelvis that we actually sit on when we're sitting in a Western style chair, or the areas along the iliac crest where you have a lot of muscle attachments, where you can feel the iliac crest if you put your hands on your hips. So, and there's a lot more muscle attachments there and larger muscle mass for men than women. And so those areas tend to be more rough, besides all the other characteristics in dealing with the human pelvis. So the next aspect that I'd like to move on to is dealing with attribution of ancestry or geographic origin. So there's lots of different ways that we can do this, and but the basic thing that we look at is that we tend to, when I assess a skull, I'll look at do a macroscopic assessment. I will look at the different traits of the skull to determine in some very broad categories where it may fit in some kind of a geographic origin or ancestry. So we're looking at these visual characteristics. We look at presence or absence of certain traits, things that we can see on the skull, but we can also do different craniometrics of the skull and use a program that's called 4DISC, and I'll get into that in a moment. But what I want to emphasize is that we're going to be talking about ancestry. It's really geographic origin. So the skull is one of, there are lots of different studies that have been done on postcranial remains to assess it, because sometimes that's all we have for doing an assessment in forensic anthropology. But the skull is the best because it tends to be very sensitive to geographic origin and to correlate back to where somebody came from. So the subsequent slides that I'll be showing are some very rough categories. So when I use the word, and it ends with oid, O-I-D, that is really referring to a shape associated with a geographic origin. And so we have three basic classic categories in anthropology or forensic anthropology that I'll be talking about, but these come from the great scholar and really the originator of some of the aspects of forensic anthropology, William Bass. So his book on human osteology is sort of a classic text that we use for dealing with forensic anthropology. He was a professor at the University of University of Tennessee at Knoxville. And if you've ever heard about the body farm or some of the decomposition studies that began, he was the one that originated that idea. And now we have 4 or 5 around the world now that look at decomposition of human remains in various stages to understand that process and how things change in different environments. So great scholar, but this is a classic book, and these are some of the classic things. But I want to emphasize that there's a huge variation, and there's tons of research. Many scholars are researching specific populations, and no more so than India. I mean, I can't emphasize that enough, so that there are specific populations and regions of India that are being examined by local scholars to understand geographic origin and this concept of, you might want to, we usually talk about ancestry as these large categories, but I like to refer to it as geographic origin. So one of the things that we're looking at in the United States is the term Hispanic, which could mean anybody that speaks Spanish. It could be somebody from Mexico with dealing with a combination of indigenous populations as well as European populations that came from Spain. The Caribbean could also be Hispanic, but they're also dealing with Black slave populations that were brought from Africa. And so the term Hispanic really is something that I'm hoping will get out of use, and we're beginning to look at geographic origin of people. And this is something that my colleague Kate Spradley at Texas State University, and then Aaron Kimmerly at University of Southern Florida are looking at in dealing with different aspects of this term Hispanic and actually geographic origin within Latin America, Mexico, and the Caribbean. So now that I've given you all the caveats, then I'll go back to some of the classic definitions. So, like I said, William Bass's book, Human Osteology, these are where the diagrams are coming from. And again, he's using the word Caucasoid, and they're primarily talking about European populations. But Caucasoid also can include, in a very general sense, some Central Asian and South Asian populations. But again, this is from a North American perspective with Bill Bass, and dealing with Caucasoid is talking about the shape of primarily European or Central Asian populations. But the face tends to be relatively small. The face tends to be very flat, and other characteristics. And I won't, and also the nasal area here, it tends to be very peaked, like an A-frame kind of tent. So it's a very narrow, very steep nasal bridge area. But these are just some of the basic differences. But like I said, you can do all kinds of interesting studies and look at very specific kinds of geographic origin. Negroid, again, a shape. We've changed at the defense POW to refer to European, African, and Asian groups instead of using some of these classic terminologies. But again, these are from Bass's original textbook. And so I want to talk about that a little bit. So the skull tends to be more prognathic for a Negroid skull, so that the mouth is jutting out at an angle instead of flat, like we see with whites or Europeans. And we also have other characteristics, like we have at the bregma point, we have what's called a post-bregmatic depression, so that you get a depression in the skull here. And you usually get nasal guttering here on the skull. That's very characteristic. So, and then sort of intermediate with the nasal area and a very wide nasal aperture. But again, these are very general characteristics. And personally, I like to use osteometrics or craniometrics to determine this with some of the software that we use. And then in dealing with Mongoloid or Asian, I've tended to stop using that term Mongoloid, but it's still in the literature. But we're talking about a very large face, a very flat nasal area, and edge-to-edge biting. There's certain aspects of the dental dealing with shovel-shaped incisors, where the inside there's a depression in the enamel of the lingual side of the front central incisors primarily. But there's all kinds of variation. But these individuals tend to be clustered in what we have as Asian populations, which also goes into the indigenous populations of North and South America, because about 26 to 30,000 years ago, populations from Asia migrated into North America and populated that area. And so they tend to have more characteristics of the indigenous populations reflect back to Asian populations. And in dealing with craniometric measurements to assess ancestry or geographic origin, so there are several different kinds of measurements that can be done. And you see on the left, you see forensic measurements from a recording sheet that's from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, from their forensic database analysis. They have recently come out with a new data collection procedure manual. And if you look for that, just look for data collection procedure manual, forensic anthropology. You can download the PDF for that. And that's giving you the standards of different kinds of measurements you can use for different kinds of multivariate statistical analyses to classify your skull or your measurements into certain categories. So, but this has really changed the way that we do ancestry or geographic origin, and really taking some of these old terms and expanding them to do very specific kinds of areas like the Caribbean, Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, and other areas to look at some aspects of that. And so, like I said, I'm thinking about the term Hispanic mostly, and this is why I keep going back to that, is because I'm working on a project and an exhibit for next week. I'll be doing a panel discussion on migrant deaths coming from Latin America into the United States. And so we're talking about these undocumented migrant deaths. And so the term Hispanic really doesn't really mean anything, because we have populations coming from all over South and Central America and Mexico. And so it's been something I've been thinking about. But my colleagues, Kate Spradley and Aaron Kimmerly, have been really doing the fine tuning of that understanding of where exactly some of these undocumented migrants and that are dead, where they're coming from, what parts of what parts of the world they're coming from. And this is the primary program that we use. It's a forensic discriminant function analysis. It's called 4DIX 3.0 currently. It's basically, you take the measurements that you've done here, based on the procedures, and it defines exactly which measurements you take. And you put them into this population or this and then you can select certain populations you correct and a posterior probability and typicality of what and classify your skull or your remains into a specific group of white. You can see down at the bottom of the printout here where it says white female, black female, Asian female. And so you can get an idea about how it's classifying it. And so it's a very useful program, but it does take a lot of training to understand how to use it. One of the things I'll be doing next semester with my students is just going specifically over the use of this program and then doing the osteometrics, so they have a very firm grounding in how to do these types of measurements. So I think it's very important to get the proper training in this. So stature, or how tall is that person? So we've talked about biological sex. We've talked a little bit about ancestry or geographic origin. And so now we're moving into stature. How tall is that person? There are a lot of interesting issues on how we measure stature. So many places I've worked, it's on the national identity cards or identification cards. It's on driver's licenses, passports. But many of this biometric data is self-reported. So, for example, the elderly tend to still report height as their prime adult height, although they tend to shrink with age, basically due to gravity and compression of the spine. So, for example, my father was about 6 foot, he was about 6 feet tall. He was 5 foot 11.5 inches. So he was almost just slightly less than, he was about 1.9 meters. And by the time that he died, I was much taller than he was because he began to shrink. But he still reported his age on any forms or anything that he did as approximately 2 meters. And so it was very interesting to see that. And so if we're looking at somebody's official records, they may tend to report their height as when they were a prime adult after about age 45, you begin to decrease in your stature. And so we need to understand that when we're looking at the kinds of records that we may be looking at again. So what do we need to do stature? Because stature is combined with the biological sex, it's also combined with the geographic origin or ancestry. And we tend to, most of the research that's been done on stature is usually focused on adults. My son, by the time he was 14, was almost 2 meters tall. He's very, very tall man because of genetics from his grandfather's side of the family, my wife's side of the family, but very tall individual. And so, and he was still growing. So now he's well over 2 meters. And so it's interesting to see that, but that's why we tend to focus on adults when they stop growing. And so I'll get into that in a moment. But to do a proper stature estimate, we want to get the understanding of the ancestry, the geographic origin, as well as the biological sex of that individual. So we tend to use biological formula that are based on long bone lengths. So the bones of the legs, and you can even use the arms and things like this. But the primary issue with that is most of our stature or height is from our legs. And so if you have the femur, like is illustrated here, as well as the tibia, you can get a really very good estimate of somebody's stature or height. But we all know that, and again, this is a statistical reality, so there's always a range that this person can be. And so, again, lots of colleagues in Europe and Asia and South Asia are working on these different kinds of formulae for specific populations, again, because we want to go back to biological sex and ancestry. And so we want to be able to do different techniques for different populations. But they're primarily based on a regression analysis. But the original formulae were based on various populations of US war dead that were identified from the US's involvement in the UN Korean War between 1950 and 1953. And so this is the beginning of the basics of doing the stature. And so a lot of interesting papers that were coming out in the late 90s and early 2000s looking at different populations were comparing those populations to this original research which was done in the 1950s. So we usually will measure each bone using an osteometric board and sliding calipers, and the maximum length is the one that we use for different bones. Mostly, like I said, the maximum length of the femur, and it has to be collected in the specific technique, which is in that data collections procedure manual. Again, I would recommend that those of you that are interested in some very good information on how to do this work to develop a biological profile, you can download that for free. And then I'll put the in the chat at the end of the discussion. I'll put that link in for you. But again, the maximum length. So you're taking living stature and comparing that to bone length, and you're going to create a regression equation. And so again, you're doing a comparison between what is the living stature on the y-axis, and then on the x-axis, you're looking at the long bone length. And so, like I said, you can use any bone, and I've seen people use different bones of the feet. But for me, if you have it, it's the best to use the long bones of the legs. But also you can use the humerus on the upper arm. Those are the best ones in my opinion. And so you create these kinds of regression equations where your living stature is some sort of coefficient times your long bone length plus some sort of correction factor. And so these are the examples. So you can see here, this is from William Bass's Human Osteology book, where he summarizes a lot of this information, where we do the stature, where it equals for the males, and these are dealing with Mesoamericans, primarily Mexicans. And so you can see this correction factor times rad, which is the radius, the maximum length of the radius, plus correction factor times the maximum length of the ulna, plus correction factor, humerus, etc. And so you can use these, and then, so this is all bones, and then primarily using just one bone if you have the femur or the tibia, and then another set of circumstance or regression equations for Mesoamericans, so geographic origin, and then biological sex. And again, this is adult stature. So you can look through this when we're talking about making the recording, and look at these, and these are different kinds of formulas. But again, I want to emphasize that South Asia, Central Asia, and Europe are doing their own. So these ones here in Bill Bass's book are primarily based on the equations that were worked out with the U.S. American Korean War dead. Now we finally get into an aspect of dealing with age. So this is the final aspect of the basic aspects of a profile. But to make sure to emphasize that I can't talk about everything. There are so many different techniques to look at this kinds of ways of estimating age. And I don't go into estimating juvenile age or remains of children. I'll mention that as we go along, but I'm primarily going to be talking about different age estimation using adult aspect, doing adult bones. So we have several different methods looking at teeth eruption patterns. Those of you that are forensic odontologists are extremely familiar with this, way more knowledge about this than I have in dealing with fusion of the epiphyses, dealing primarily with the long bones and the clavicles, the pubic symphysis, the auricular surface and the sacroiliac joint, and the sternal rib ends. And if you're not that familiar with this, because I know that some of my friends from the Northeast in India are here, and I'll basically have some photographs to show you what some of these areas are. So don't despair, please. So, but what is skeletal age? And so sometimes when we're talking about forensic age or skeletal age, it may be different because people's expression of age may be different depending on the amount of physical labor they do in their life. And so there's certain aspects of how bones degenerate, where you develop certain kinds of osteophytes and lipping on the spine that may be related more to physical labor that you may do. And so you may look older biologically or skeletally than you were according to your calendar years. But primarily we're looking at two different ways. We're looking at growth usually, and this is an average, it's up to about age 25. So we can look at bone length if we're looking at fetal and juveniles. There's several studies that came out of Central Asia, Central Europe, dealing with taking bone length and correlating that back to a fetal age as well as for very young individuals. We're looking at epiphyseal fusion, or that we have basically a long bone or a leg bone, or several other long bones have your shaft or your diaphysis and the two ends basically. And so as you begin to grow, your bones remodel and they continue to grow. And then you get to a certain point in your age, depending on your geographic origin, as well as your biological sex, where you stop growing and your bones begin to fuse together. So that these three components, the shaft and the two ends in general, form a single bone. And so that continues to go on. But again, we can look at the amount of fusion and get a rough idea about how old that individual is. And so the primary ones we look at that for long bones, as well as the clavicle. The clavicle, I'll talk about that in a moment, is one of the last bones to where you have a portion of it fusing. And then also dental eruption sequences and replacement. So after about age 25, we're looking at degeneration of bone tissue. Primarily looking at the pubic symphysis, any areas where bones are touching either other bones or things like that. And so those of us that get older, we recognize that our joints are starting to wear out and things like that, causing a lot of pain, and we can have other kinds of surgery to replace those joints. But again, that has a tendency to deal with the genetic component as well as physical activity. But other bones we're looking at that are very age conscious. So dealing with these pubic symphysis, the auricular surface of the sacroiliac joint on the os coxa, as well as the sternal rib ends as part of the rib structure of the human. So in dealing with age estimates of long bone growth, so we're looking at, we all recognize that we grow up and our bones are constantly changing. And like I said, you've got your shaft and then the two ends. And you can see here that the two ends, when you're first born, your bones, your femur might only be about this long, and the ends are really just pieces of cartilage. So they haven't even formed or ossified into bony, hard tissue yet. And so as you age, those cartilage caps become part of a bony tissue, but they're still separate from that. When you reach a certain age, hormones are released, and then those bones begin to fuse. And so we see in the adult, we see these bones are now, these three bones or several portions of the bones now become one bone, with the two ends now completely fused to the diaphysis or the shaft. And like I said, that occurs at a different age. This is why we always hear, and I always used to joke about this with tours at the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency, is that we always hear that women are more mature than men. And everybody would laugh, and I would say, yes, that is, but that's true, because women tend to physically mature earlier than men in a general sense, which is why, in a general sense, they tend to have a smaller stature than males. And so, because males continue to grow because we're physically immature for several more years after females. So we can look at the level of fusion as presence or absence, as well as the degree of fusion, to get a rough idea about how old somebody is based on that. But you get to a certain point where you can just say adult, so they have to be older than a certain age. The other age estimate that is really quite useful is that there's on the medial end, circled in the red here, of the clavicle, of the collarbone, so to speak, is a small disc of bone. And that tends to be, it's unfused, and so you hit a certain age. And I say it's 25 is the last bone to fuse, but it's somewhere between your sort of mid-20s to your early 30s that bone begins to fuse. And so there's all kinds of research that's been done on different populations in the United States, but this is a very useful indicator of getting to older aspects of looking at age. So we're very good at looking at growth, juveniles, but then when we get past the elderly, we can look at different aspects of tooth loss, osteoarthritis, and things like that to get an idea that somebody was an elderly individual. But we can't get to specific aspects of age except for one thing, which I don't really discuss here, but I am going to mention it. So those of you that are forensic odontologists really understand that really good age estimates are dealing with the dental eruption pattern. And so we have several studies in the US, and I know that there are several in India, that are dealing with looking at eruption patterns and comparing that to specific ages. So this is something that's very important for us to look at when we're trying to assess that. When you get to certain adults, in the US, we tend to look at the third molar. Third molar is very sensitive now because it seems to be the calcification, the creation of the enamel, as well as the closure of the root system gives us a very good point looking at sort of adolescent to adult age to about age 18 to 20. And then you can't do anything beyond that because they're closed. So you can see here in this radiograph, what I'm talking about here is dealing with the open root system, although it's not the third molar. But the other thing that's very good is because of, this is from a study by Judy Suchi and her colleague Brooks in dealing with looking at the pubic symphysis. So the red circle on the pelvic girdle shows where that is. There's a piece of cartilage in the center, and these bones tend to rub up against each other through time, and that we can look at the diagrams where we're talking about male and female, where on the left and then going to the right are the very specific kinds of changes. So you can see a very youthful, very ridge and furrows, all the way to where you have basically all the detail and stuff has been worn away. And you have growth and degeneration of the bone tissue. But these are very good indicators of trying to understand the age of that individual. However, in a skeletal population, particularly if the person has been buried or dead for quite a long time, some of these don't preserve very well while they're buried. And so we might only be able to get a partial indicator of how old that individual is based on the pubic symphysis. The other area that we want to look at is the auricular surface of the ilium. And so I've circled that sacroiliac joint, but we're primarily looking at the ilium. Here's the iliac crest I talked about earlier. And this blue area is the auricular surface on that os coxa, or that half of the bone of the pelvic girdle. It's called auricular surface because it looks like an ear, an outline of an ear. So that's where that term comes from. And so one of the things that we are going to be looking at is changes here. And it's the same thing like when you have with this pubic symphysis, where the bones are rubbing up against each other through time. And so this is one of the examples of this auricular surface. Here's that ear shaped again. And it starts out very fresh and very nice with some cartilage there. But as that cartilage wears down, the bone begins to wear down in very specific patterns, from very youthful appearance to where this is a lot of lipping around here, and this is worn, almost worn smooth, just like we saw with the pubic symphysis. So this is also a very good indicator, and this tends to preserve better than the pubic symphysis on skeletal populations. So this actually, I think, is a more useful category to use. And then finally, the same thing with the sternal rib morphology. So we can look at changes in the rib morphology where it connects up to this costal cartilage that connects it to the sternum. So we have the ribs. Primarily, the focus of research has been on the fourth rib, 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth rib here. But you're primarily looking, again, at very nice, smooth ridges here, very young. And then it gets to a point where there's an indentation, and then this material begins to, the costal cartilage begins to ossify, and then you get what they call something that looks like a crab claw. So it's very interdigitated and grows out onto the costal cartilage, or from the costal cartilage. So I want to just say that this, again, this is a very quick overview. Actually, let me step back for a minute. I had a little bit more time. I wanted to talk about this as well. So there are several aspects of looking at age in the cranium, in the skull. And so one of the things that we look at, and I tend not to use it except in a term of like maybe saying young, adult, and elderly. So I tend to look at it just as a very broad categories, but you can look at the fusion of the sutures in the skull, either endocranially or ectocranially, on the outside or the inside of the skull. And they have different parameters where you can look at that aspect of the, how are the sutures present? Are they starting to fuse together, or are they completely obliterated? And so you begin to look at that. But what's really interesting are the sutures of the palate, the upper palate of the skull around the dental arch, is that you can begin to look at those and get a really good idea, particularly of elderly populations, because some of those sutures don't obliterate until you're age 60. And so Dr. Robert Mann and several other scholars have looked at this unique suture fusion, or the suture obliteration, and it's actually quite useful for looking at elderly populations. I had worked on a case with a couple of elderly individuals that had wandered off in sugarcane fields on the island of Oahu in Hawaii in the Central Pacific. And those individuals were very old, and we were able to get a very good age estimate based on those palate sutures, those palatal sutures. Okay, so again, this is a very quick overview, and there's lots of other methods to estimate each of these aspects of the biological profile of the individual. So each sexual and geographic population is important to have their own standards, and this is why it's important to do local research and not just depend. I would use some of the procedures of data collection, but then do the analysis on specific geographic populations, and maybe even ancient and historic populations. Indian forensic scientists have been extremely prolific in working on various populations to assist in understanding stature, age, and sex of specific South Asian populations. I can't emphasize that more. It's just like, for a while, it seemed like about half of the articles dealing with forensic anthropology in the Journal of Forensic Sciences were from my Indian scholars and Indian colleagues. So with this information, how do we use a biological profile? I just, again, I want to get back to what we were talking about. With the information of a biological profile, we can begin to compare various missing person reports to get a short list of possibilities. What are the possible, how do these match possible people that are missing in the area? And again, these might not be based on characteristics of paper records. They might be based on interviews of family members of people that went missing. But this is just the first part. Once we get a short list of possibilities, then we begin to look at different specific kind of individuating characteristics. So we just developed a basic profile. How old was the person? What was their biological sex? How tall were they? What was their geographic origin? So we've developed a very basic understanding of who this person may have been. But then we begin to look at dental radiographs or descriptions of the dental material. The frontal sinus patterns might be if they have x-rays of that, possibly using DNA to begin to identify individuals. Injury or trauma patterns may give us an idea about how this person died, or if they have healed fractures and that's recorded in some kind of record or interview, we can get an idea about how that happened. My personal records that I have right now are so recent, it won't record that I had broken my left arm when I was a child, when I was 11 years old. But doing the x-rays, you can still see the transverse fracture across the radius and ulna of my left arm. But that's not recorded in any of my recent files. And so if you were to interview my wife, she might remember that, but we didn't know each other then. And then also material evidence or personal effects are an extremely important part in some parts of the world to help develop from a biological profile to an individual. And so I want to emphasize that the biological profile, again, these are some very basic techniques, but they're also very kinds of things that we used just for the beginning process of the identification of these individuals. And this is part of what we are now calling humanitarian forensics. The work that we do is extremely important, particularly with unidentified individuals, because I believe, and many of my colleagues at the Gujarat Forensic Science University with the Center for Humanitarian Forensics believe that having a name, giving somebody back their name, is part of a fundamental human right. And so I think I'll close on that, but it's like this whole process is to give back the name of an individual. So if you have an unidentified body, that we can give them back that fundamental human right. So I just want to say thank you and bahut dhanyavad.
Thank you, Mr. William, for such an interesting talk. Now, we move forward to our last lecture for the day on Role of Forensic Physician in UK by Jahshan James. Over to you, sir.
Good evening. Well, I'm going to talk to you today tonight about the role of the forensic physician in the UK. But in fact, what I'm going to do is, and I'm also a specialist in forensic medicine. Now, perhaps just to give a little bit of history behind this. What is a forensic physician? Most people, if you say I'm a doctor who's working in forensics, will assume that you may be either a pathologist, that is doing autopsies, which I don't do, although I sometimes get involved in them. They may think you're a forensic odontologist, as I know some of you are, or forensic anthropologist, or indeed forensic scientist. The term forensic physician, for some reason, isn't particularly well known, although it's been around for about 50 years or so. And it originally started, certainly one of the bases was in the United Kingdom, where the term police surgeon was used. The term police surgeon, slightly older one, but it was for doctors who were assisting the police when, for example, they had prisoners who required some form of medical attention. So it was a community-based role in some respects when first started assisting the local police forces. And the terms that we used were police surgeon, although most people weren't surgeons, police doctor, a divisional surgeon, and most of them were drawn from what we call general practitioners or local family physicians. So really it was a kind of community support for the police. Nowadays, it's been really important for us to gradually develop and emphasize our independence from the police or indeed anyone else, and to show that we are independent doctors with opinions of our own, and that we're not constrained by whoever is paying or employing us. And so the terms that is broadly used for a forensic physician, the roles that are allotted to be maybe called forensic medical examiner. The term medical examiner, again, is a little bit confusing, unfortunately, because, of course, in the States and around the world, the term medical examiner actually means a forensic pathologist. So, it's always important, I think, when you're talking about particular roles, to define what you mean in a particular setting. So I'm talking about doctors who are not pathologists. So the term forensic medical examiner is used. I'm a forensic medical examiner in London, in the UK, part of my time. In Northern Ireland, for example, the term forensic medical officer is used for the same role. And then there's a group of people who are engaged in forensic medical work, but are limited to those examinations and support of people who are complainants of sexual offences. In the UK, in 2005-2006, a faculty of forensic and legal medicine was established, really to bring together and set standards for how all doctors working in the field to try and identify appropriate standards for them. And there are three main groups of what we call forensic practitioners: the forensic physicians, which include people like myself doing general forensic medicine and sexual offence medicine. And in fact, there are a group of forensic pathologists, some forensic odontologists, and some forensic psychiatrists who are also members or fellows of the Faculty of Forensic and Legal Medicine. Other groups that are involved within this are medico-legal advisors and dento-legal advisors to medical and dental defence organisations. And then a small proportion, slightly diminishing proportion, are medical coroners. And again, important to know that I'm referring to coroners in the England and Wales jurisdiction. Coroners are independent judicial appointments, not as they are, for example, in the United States, sometimes elected political appointments. So again, definitions of all of these very, very important. Anyway, I hope that has not confused you too much. It's confused me, but hopefully not confused you. And the Faculty of Forensic and Legal Medicine has two main objectives: to promote for the public benefit the advancement of education and knowledge in the field of forensic and legal medicine, and to develop and maintain for the public benefit the good practice of forensic and legal medicine. So forensic physicians work within the field of forensic and legal medicine in the UK. And we consider our role is to raise standards in forensic and legal medicine, and in particular to protect vulnerable people, whether they're detainees, complainants, victims, or whatever the people we're seeing. So again, to just expand on what a forensic physician is, for those of you who don't know, first of all, I want to say that we consider ourselves and have to be independent and non-judgmental when you're dealing with criminal matters, when you're dealing with perhaps perpetrators or suspects of crime or victims or complainants of crime. It's very important that your medical independence is justified, and it's not swayed by either the person you're examining or indeed people who are employing you or asking you, requesting you to make assessments. So, for example, the courts or judges. So we practice, and again, this is to differentiate from forensic pathology. We practice clinical forensic medicine. That is forensic medicine in the living person. And most of our work will involve at some stage, at some time, the police, legal system, tribunals, the judiciary, but always, pretty much always, dealing with the living person. Often for some doctors, it may be a subspecialty interest, for example, somebody working within emergency medicine or as a primary care physician, as a general practitioner. But for a number of us, that is our main workload, and we are specialists in forensic and legal medicine. Stan Burgess in 1978 wrote a book called The New Police Surgeon, which was the first real textbook for forensic physicians. And that is where, as far as I'm aware, the terms clinical forensic medicine and forensic physician were really first placed within reading matter. So what can we do? What are the kind of things that we do? Well, it may include the forensic assessment of detainees in police custody. So it could be somebody who's been arrested for theft, somebody who's arrested for murder, for rape, for child abuse, for trafficking, female genital mutilation. Somebody who's been arrested for a possible offence and is being investigated will be taken to a police station, then turned to be in police custody. And they may have medical requirements, there may be forensic requirements, sampling requirements. That is one of our roles. And the same goes for those who are complaining of, for example, assault, sexual assault or rape, or who, for example, have been stabbed and taken to hospital, where the treating doctors will deal with their main injuries, but we will be there to monitor and take appropriate forensic samples. We also get heavily involved in safeguarding, so we may see younger people who have been arrested for whatever reason, and we have a duty to ensure that they are safeguarded through the various safeguarding mechanisms that exist in England and Wales and Scotland and Northern Ireland. And then we're specifically responsible for the medical care of detainees in police custody. So there may not be any medical requirement, any forensic requirement for us to see them, but they may, for example, have diabetes, chest infections, high blood pressure, previous heart problems, and those may require appropriate medication whilst they are in custody. What we also see, because of general migration and displacement of people from countries, we may see torture victims, refugees, asylum seekers, and we may be asked to assess those. This doesn't happen. All these roles may not apply to everybody, but they can apply to all forensic positions. We may assist and assess police officers who've been injured in the course of their duty or who've been involved in complaints where it's alleged that they have harmed someone. We give written and live evidence to courts and tribunals and any other legal setting. And some of us, the more senior ones, may be expert witnesses giving opinion evidence as opposed to just factual evidence within those courts. There are a number of other specific settings, so a coroner's court, which may be undertaking an inquest. What was the Independent Police Complaints Commission, but is now the Independent Office of Police Conduct. Assorted inquiries or commissions, we may be asked to give opinion or evidence to those. The Prison and Probation Ombudsman, which looks at people in long-term custody who've either been sentenced or remanded pending a court case. Then perhaps in areas, all of these will involve other disciplines such as forensic science, so we will take samples which are then given to those of you who are forensic science. We may take scientists, we may take biological samples, we may take blood samples for toxicological analysis. And it is very important that those samples, as you know, are taken rigorously, appropriately, documented accurately, and a chain of custody is established. And when that doesn't happen, when a forensic physician doesn't do their job properly, or a forensic scientist may not, or a forensic toxicologist, or forensic anthropologist, or forensic odontologist, their evidence, or our evidence, may be challenged, and we may find that old cases are being reviewed, historic cases, cases where, for example, there have been public concerns about whether or not there's been a miscarriage of justice. Actual miscarriages of justice, which have been pursued through the courts, may require re-investigation or re-review by each of us in our different roles. But I think the most important thing to remember for all of us, for those of you listening today, for me talking, is that all of us are just little jigsaws in a much bigger legal and judicial setting. And I think it's always concerning when any of us in our particular fields sometimes think that perhaps we're the answer to all the questions that the courts need. I like to think that I have a relatively small role. If I get it right, I can assist and make sure that justice is appropriately done, whether that means somebody is acquitted appropriately or somebody is found guilty appropriately. It's not my role to determine what's right or wrong. My role, as your role is to ensure that the proper evidence is put before the court or tribunal or whatever to be interpreted by the courts. I didn't mention, but the Faculty of Forensic and Legal Medicine, as you see on a previous slide, does have a website, and there's a lot of standardized publications that set standards, identify standards in the area of work in which we undertake things. And then this link here gives a little bit of better explanation of what a forensic physician can do. So many people, because they haven't heard the term before, say, oh, is this a new thing? Is being a forensic physician a new thing? Well, I always like to say I refer to Graham Grant's book, The Diary of a Police Surgeon. You see where this red arrow is, you'll see that was published 100 years ago in 1920. And for me, the rather nice thing about Graham Grant is that he was a police surgeon, as they were then called, in the East End of London. And in fact, this is the area in which I work. I'm working when I'm working for the Metropolitan Police Service in London. And I work, or certainly up until a few years ago, worked in many of the stations, the Victorian police stations that he would have worked in 100 years ago. So is there anything in the Diary of a Police Surgeon which I think can sort of explain what we're doing today, or did they have completely different values? If we look at one of the stories that he talks about in his role as an independent police surgeon, he says he was called to Shadwell Police Station and to see a man charged with being drunk and disorderly. Still a fairly common occurrence, and who had a number of wounds on the top of his head. He'd been in a fight. So the doctor says, I dressed the wounds and bandaged the dressings. Remember, this is 100 years ago, to our mutual satisfaction. And when I had finished, he, that is the prisoner, said, Doctor, you might come with me to the cell door. So the doctor says, I saw no reason to refuse his request and went with him. We were just passing the door of an empty cell when a police constable, the mop, slipped out and struck the man a blow over the head, which made short work of all my beautiful bandaging. We don't know why he did this, but he was being assaulted by a police officer at the station. And what I think is very reassuring is that even then, 100 years ago, the doctor, being independent and non-judgmental, says, boiling over with indignation, I hurried to the inspector's office, told him what had occurred, and added that if he did not deal with the delinquent, that is the police officer who hit the prisoner over the head at once and sufficiently, I would report the whole disgusting business to headquarters. So even 100 years ago, doctors were well aware that their responsibility was to the patient that they're treating. And that's how I try to think of everything that I do. Whoever I'm seeing, whether they've been somebody who's been arrested for murder, whether I see somebody in a prison who has been charged and convicted of multiple rapes, my role as a doctor is there to be independent and non-judgmental and to treat them in the same way as I would anyone else. Another thing perhaps of interest is how has forensic medicine changed over the years? So on the left-hand side here, we've got the Encyclopedia of Forensic and Legal Medicine that Roger Bayard and I edited, the second edition, a couple of years ago. And if we look at the contents of that, it's really not that much different from the Principles of Forensic Medicine, which was published 200 years ago, 199 years ago, it'll be 200 next year, in 1821. The main advances are not actually in the forensic medicine areas, but much more clearly in the forensic science, forensic anthropology, and the forensic toxicology areas. But I'm afraid that poor old forensic medicine, whether you're a forensic pathologist or a forensic physician, it's difficult to find any massive advances in what we've been doing over a couple of hundred years, which is a bit disappointing, but it still means that the emphasis of our work has to be on proper clinical and physical examinations and documentation of what we do. So just a little note on the legal aspects in England and Wales, certainly, and that is following a number of miscarriages of justice in the 1970s, particularly related to what were referred to as the Troubles in Ireland. This is where there was substantial terrorist activity by both paramilitaries, and some miscarriages of justice where those who had been arrested were treated inappropriately, false confessions were got, and so substantial understanding of where things went wrong within the police setting resulted in what's called the Police and Criminal Evidence Act, sometimes known as PACE. And one of the things it did, apart from explaining and putting in statute how police have to investigate and look after detainees who have been arrested and for possible crimes, one of the things that was included in that was the requirement to see a doctor if they appear to be suffering from a physical illness, this is the detainee, or they're injured, if they appear to be suffering from a mental disorder, or they need clinical attention in any other way. So that very broadly is the framework. Anybody arrested, and in fact this pretty much applies around the world now, those who are arrested should have the opportunity to see a doctor. Sometimes it may be a nurse or a paramedic. As, for example, the law has changed in the UK, in England and Wales in the last few years, but they should have access not only to legal advice, but also medical support. So that's the basis of where a lot of our forensic physician work comes from. And what's different in forensic medicine from, say, I don't know, cardiology or gastroenterology or any of the other big medical specialties? Well, the main thing is perhaps that we have more forensic healthcare issues. What do I mean by that? Well, I mean that many of the people that we see in police custody may have significant alcohol problems. They may be dependent on heroin and crack cocaine, benzodiazepines, and in fact, many novel psychoactive substances. And so this was a little study we did quite a few years ago now. But what we also found was that many of our patients also had non-forensic healthcare issues, so the things that all of us may have, or a normal population might have, which include diabetes, epilepsy, cardiac and respiratory problems. The problem is because of the forensic healthcare issues, sometimes there may be an associated chaotic lifestyle or difficulty in accessing medical care, and so often these conditions may be poorly treated or out of control. And so our role in that setting is to ensure that people are getting appropriate treatment. And many may have been prescribed medication but are not compliant with it for some reason. It may be simply because they can't pay for the drugs, they can't access the drugs, or they've lost their prescriptions, and they have no contact with their doctors. What it does mean is that people who are forensic physicians should have, more than other doctors, I believe, a much better understanding and knowledge of drugs. They need to know what are the effects of drugs. So if we look here on the left-hand side, this man has very dilated pupils. This is because he'd recently taken some stimulant drug. On this side, we have pinpoint pupils on the bottom right, because that person had taken opiate drug, in this case, recently taken heroin. And then we also need to know and recognize drugs which may be in people's possession. So, for example, this was not, well, I suppose it was in possession, but these represent little 2 by 1 centimeter or so wraps of cling film wrapped lumps of cannabis, and this was a group of about 48 that were removed from a person's rectum. This is crack cocaine, very widely used in the UK. Again, every country has its own different spectrum of drugs that are used. We haven't had, for example, the amount of methamphetamine, crystal meth, that's used in the States, but our different population areas are particularly, we have a high proportion of heroin and crack use. So that's not unusual. Here we have some leaf cannabis. So it's important for us to understand not only how drugs may present, how they may be administered, they may be smoked, they may be snorted, they may be injected, but also to know their actual effects and also the side effects that they may have. This just simply shows how ordinary day-to-day objects may be converted into things like crack pipes. And this is a miniature whiskey bottle that's been converted into a crack pipe. And this is actually a Ventolin inhaler, a self-usable inhaler for asthma that also has been converted into a crack pipe. So we have to be aware of these things. We have to have a much greater knowledge of what the interaction in between those may be, because the risks and the side effects and the complications of drug misuse, particularly mixed drug misuse, may be fatal. Another area that we are particularly keen to ensure is done properly is recording or documenting the evidence that we have. So that means that more than any medical specialty, I believe it's essential that when we see and assess something or someone, we have clear written accounts of what we've done. Our medical notes are that if there are people with injuries, that we may use body diagrams, we may use photography. Rarely now is it print, mainly it's digital, but the way in which those photographs, those images are taken, they need to be done in a forensic way. And so anybody who's taking photographs for example, forensic purposes, should be trained to do that. We may see evidence recorded, for example, colposcopy examinations when sexual assault victims are examined. Those may be recorded in video and stored on DVD. Increasingly, there may be other electronic versions of recording data, such as apps. Many police officers and increasingly some healthcare staff now wear body-worn video. This is not necessarily what we would be recording, but if we are looking at a case and trying to interpret something and trying to give our opinion on it, then it's important to be aware of what other sources of information may be available to us, which we can then use to inform our opinion. As with all these things, the storage of all of this private, confidential data is crucial, and it needs to be securely done. Again, you need to be aware in your own jurisdiction how it's done. And I'll come towards the end about where the preservation of evidence has resulted in some problems. And then you also have to know is when, if that data is in your possession, when can you properly disclose it and allow it to be reviewed by others? And again, many of these things, the broad principles are the same. So, for example, in medicine, you cannot do things without consent, and medical data is confidential with certain exceptions or with the permission of the person whose data it is. Again, these details are things that we can't go into now, but are very important principles. This is just the kind of pro forma that I would use if I'm seeing somebody in police custody. Gives the name, the details, but then I record down things like their past medical history, past psychiatric history, drug and alcohol usage, what they've used in the last 24 hours, and then the physical examination and whether, for example, I've assessed them ever before, whether I have any previous arrest information. And then more specific factors about substance misuse. If somebody's withdrawing from drugs or withdrawing from alcohol, there's sometimes an increased risk of things going wrong, increased risk of death. So everything needs to be documented. This is a simple body diagram I do if there isn't any substantial amount of injuries that can be done on an A4 piece of paper. But if we need to record much more detailed or complex injuries, then we can use a series of body diagrams. This is a series that I created last year. There's about 32 in the entire series, and in fact this will be used in the new version of the Istanbul Protocol. We've tried to develop a series of very useful body diagrams that can be used in all settings. Now, again, one of the things which, if you are a doctor or a head nurse or a paramedic not working in the forensic setting, the measurement of injury, the measurement of marks on the body isn't really very important. Those of you who are forensic scientists or odontologists or forensic pathologists or forensic physicians will know that sometimes the precise measurements of a particular object or a particular mark on the skin may assist in connecting that in terms of pattern or size to an individual or an implement. And so it's very important. And I put up here forensic graph. Some of you may know this is something that I created, but the purpose of this is because it has color values, it has size things, it enables you to get fairly easily just an accurate sizing and recording of the nature of an injury or a wound. And here we have just an example of a pattern of bruise and abrasion where a man presented to police having been assaulted, and he had these two little, almost look tooth-like. I'm sure those of you who are odontologists will agree this is not teeth, but two little squarish marks, bruising and a little bit of edge abrasion. And in fact, by measuring that and advising the police what was needed to be looked for, this broken chair leg was found to be the causative implement in the assault. This person was quite seriously assaulted otherwise, and that this was able to be linked to not only the assailant, but also the victim. Here again, typical kind of injury you might see here. There's a very clear pattern. The other marks or abrasions or bruises over here, if we didn't have that one, there wouldn't be a pattern. Here it's much more random. But again, the important thing is this needs to be documented accurately, it needs to be documented appropriately and interpreted in the correct way. Here, again, this is to show somebody who was trying a new drug. He didn't know what it was, we never found out what it was, but he had been told just to rub it on his lips. He rubbed it on his lips, and within about 5 or 10 minutes, he developed this very swollen edematous lip, and he'd also developed some difficulty in breathing. So he had an allergic reaction to it. He was brought in, given some intravenous steroids and some antihistamines, and this all settled down. But again, I use this to illustrate that the appearance of an injury can change quite rapidly and markedly. Again, for us, it's important to make sure we document it at the time. Here again is another nasty wound, a razor blade slash wound to the side of the face, the side of this person's face. This is the poor quality image taken by either the person himself or a friend at the time that it happened, and then this is the appearance after surgery. And I think that sometimes this appearance after suture and surgery means that you don't realize how dramatic a particular wound is, and sometimes it may be important in a court case for a judge or a jury to realize that what looks like a fairly benign, although perhaps lengthy wound, was in fact very unpleasant and could through his facial nerve and cause paralysis and all kinds of things. I refer to electronic documentation and recording of data. Forensic Doc is an app that I designed, which is just going into its second iteration. We're just working on that at the moment. But there are others, I'm sure, available. But the purpose about this is that if you come across an incident or an injury or a wounding, or you're not in a setting where you have access to paper and desks and things like that, if you've got your smartphone or iPad or some other, you're able to record all your findings, and it's all geolocated, it's contemporaneous. You can write and document your findings from the app. You can pull out a series of body diagrams and record the findings. If it's a person who's been injured, and then you can take images and video and audio. What this then generates is immediately in a secure system. It goes up the cloud and is bounced back again, but it creates a Word document, so you immediately got access to an editable Word document to produce a report. Now, I know that there'll be a number of forensic odontologists watching. I'm the first one to say that I'm not an expert on either bites or teeth marks. However, as a forensic physician, I encounter many bites, both human and animal. And although I defer to yourselves as forensic odontologists for specific advice on the nature, teeth, age of individuals, and linking bites together, I also sometimes have to say, so for example, this man was punched to the left side of the face, and here there's just imprints or abrasions from his teeth. So we will look at bites and teeth marks, and here I may be asked to comment on what was the force required to remove that piece of the earlobe or that piece of the lower lip. So I won't be saying that particular wound was caused by somebody or those particular teeth. I will say, well, this is the kind of force required and the mechanism required to create injuries like this. But things like this, where there may be dental arches and teeth imprints, these are the ones where, if there's a question of identification, these I would defer and ask forensic odontology colleagues to opine on. So what other areas do we get into? And again, I'm being very general, just to give you a flavour of the work of a forensic physician. Though the title of this is Forensic Physician in the UK, I know that around the world, most of my colleagues will be covering this kind of work and doing a similar kind of role, sometimes extended, and some may in fact be pathologists also themselves. So public order and restraint, well, this particular year, 2020, I think has been one where we've seen substantial upheavals all around the world. This image was actually taken about 10 years ago in London, and riots in London tend to be a much calmer affair, perhaps, than riots in some other countries, or have been in the past. But I think that's changing. I think there's a degree of unease around all countries. And I think in terms of how you control individuals or groups of people who don't want to be controlled is becoming a much more generic worldwide issue. So this was riots in the summer. There were much damage to buildings and people, and attacks on police. And so in the UK, we have a fairly limited number of ways of restraining and controlling people, but all of them have their effect, but also may have side effects and complications. And we are there to ensure that any of those complications are appropriately treated and dealt And so they may come from rigid handcuffs, they may come from plastic wrist restraints or body cuffs, spit hoods, irritant spray, we use CS and Parva, sometimes just simply empty hand, unarmed combat, and positional restraint, which itself has its own risks. We may have police batons, we may have taser, we may have water cannon, projectiles, attenuated energy, projectiles such as generically known as rubber bullets, and canines and dogs themselves. And in the UK, we do try and record use of force. If use of force is required to restrain or detain someone, then that needs to be documented and is documented within the custody record. And we will almost invariably be asked to see somebody if there are injuries. This image was actually in central London this afternoon. Today is the 26th of September, where there are masses of riots. Today, this relates to anti-maskers, people who don't want to be socially distanced. All countries are dealing with COVID in different ways. At the moment, we have a kind of curfew at 10 o'clock, and people are expected to socially distance and to wear masks in particular venues. There's a proportion of the population who don't agree with that. And even as I speak, there are riots going on in central London. The police are having to restrain and detain a number of people. So a baton is sometimes referred to as a nightstick. There's a variety of different ones. Some are made of acrylic, some of wood, some of metal. This is one where somebody's been struck with an ASP baton, that is an extendable metal baton. There's places where people should be hit to try and control them. And these are generally on the limbs. People shouldn't be struck on the head normally because there is a risk of skull fracture, but this is a laceration caused by direct impact from a police baton. Not quite related to our police services, but some people who are detained for whatever reason may be subject to things like whips from a variety of different sources. It may be rigid whips, it may be, as in this case, this was electrical, 1-inch electrical cable, and this man developed a number of tramline bruises. Again, they need to be documented and they need to be accounted for. Taser is something conducted energy devices. In the UK, Taser is the one that is licensed by the police force, and there's an increasing amount of usage of Taser because we have generally an unarmed police force. So our majority of our police officers don't have guns. So there are a range of other restraints techniques. So Taser has been used for probably about 10 or more years now, and there are different types of Taser. X26 is being phased out. X2 is being used at the moment, and approval has just been given for the Taser 7. The interesting thing about all of these is they have slightly different characteristics and slightly different operating ways. Each of those needs to be assessed to determine what injuries might be sustained from them. And the big concern about any form of Taser is, will it cause some form of cardiorespiratory arrest? There have been many instances of where deployment of the Taser has been associated with a death and a cardiorespiratory arrest. Generally, this will be with somebody who is acutely behaviorally disturbed. So there may be a number of other issues like mental health, somebody being on antipsychotic drugs, maybe also have taken illicit drugs such as stimulants, may have underlying cardiac problems. It's quite right that every death in custody, every death as a result of police contact should be investigated properly. But for those of us in forensic positions, understanding what the risks are, the use of Taser are very important. Taser works by firing, in essence, two probes probes. These are two of the types of probes that then embed themselves. They're connected by a wire to the taser gun, and then a 50,000-volt discharge is discharged, which causes immediate neuromuscular incapacitation. That person collapses, and then they can be restrained. This is the front of the chest of somebody who's just been tasered, and the two barbs or the two probes have been removed. This is one of the impact sites, and that is another. This man, though, however, the probe landed. He was a 16-year-old boy. The probe landed on his left forehead and penetrated the skull bone actually into the brain. So this is just to illustrate that taser probes can be quite dangerous and could result and may result in fatality. Irritant sprays, we use CS spray or Parva spray, but our police officers are equipped with small canisters. It's part of their personal protective equipment. And again, there are side effects to that. And so this is an immediate bullous reaction to Parva spray that's been deployed when this man was detained because of his behavior. There's a number of longer term effects, for example, to eyes, perhaps to breathing, which may be present, but the amount of research that's been done on these areas is quite limited. It's always, I believe, a fruitful area for research for any student wishing to look at what happens. And if you look at it in your own country, it may provide quite a lot of useful evidence for around the world. Increasingly, this is an image from Chile earlier this year, tear gas, a CS Parva spray, kind of sprays that are used as munitions and used to crowd control rather than the personal protective equipment, which is for individual one-on-one protection. And this is an image from Iraq earlier this year where a canister has actually penetrated the skull. So there are risks to all these things, and we need to be aware of them and to make sure the police are aware of them. Something that's of particular interest to myself at the moment is the use of spit hoods, which are being increasingly used in the UK because of concerns about infection. For example, coughing. Well, in the past, it's been suggested that hepatitis B or HIV can be communicated by spitting. In fact, the actual risk is very, very, very low. So low as to be almost negligible. But there's been a resurgence in the use of spit hoods because of the concerns about COVID-19. The spit hoods that are marketed, as far as I'm aware, none of them have actually been tested to see whether or not they are COVID protected. I don't expect them to be so. And there's a recent documentary which you may wish to take some time out to watch, which is a young man called Alan Nagata who died in New Zealand some time ago when a spit hood was applied. So again, all these things have risks. It's often each of the individual things, the irritant spray, the taser, may not on its own cause death, but combined with other features, it may result in death or harm. So deaths in both police and prison custody is something that we're very good, I think, in the UK at reviewing. We're not so good at learning the lessons from them, but we have every death in police custody, every death in prison custody is reviewed by, in the case of the police, by the Independent Office of Police Conduct, and in the case of deaths in prison, longer term custody, by the Prison and Probation Ombudsman. And all the data, all their findings and reports can be accessed online. And that's what I think all states should do. And I think the problem we have is that even if that is done, and this the IOPC produces annual statistics, even in the UK where there is good oversight, there are still unacceptable amounts of deaths in state custody. And this slide just shows a report that looked at over 14 years. There are about 8,000 deaths in state custody. Many of those are in patients detained under the Mental Health Act, 34% in prison settings. It can't be acceptable that people die in state custody. They are there for a reason, admittedly, but their rights should be protected. And so any state should do its best to ensure that every death is investigated properly. And if there are lessons to be learned, or there are sanctions or criminal cases to be put against, for example, police officers, they should be followed through. This is just a screenshot just to show how low are the numbers of deaths in police custody in the UK are. They're perhaps only 60. The problem is that every single one of them is obviously a tragedy. Everyone will have substantial media coverage, but the problem is the criminal proceedings, if they take place, the inquest, may not take till something like 3, 4, 5 years later. So a lot of the learning is lost. Deaths by hanging, these are the kind of areas where we've actually been able to reduce in police custody, where things go wrong, where people have self-hung by, for example, wrapping around a light frame or the wicket in a door. And that's probably because of the increased use of CCTV in the last few years. There is a commonality around the world, but the commonality is not so much on numbers, but on the nature of what happened. So this study from India, from Maharashtra, published in the Journal of Forensic and Legal Medicine this year, explores 108 autopsies occurring in police custody or following police action. And this reports the majority of victims committed suicide in police custody. The majority that did so by hanging. But one of the biggest concerns is blunt force injuries were a frequent cause of homicide in police custody. Now, I don't know, you yourselves may have your own views, but I think that states generally are poor in ensuring that police have either the training or the understanding to prevent deaths occurring. And we have to be very clear. We have to understand that some police officers, and I'm talking in every country around the world, abuse the powers vested in them. And I believe that if they do, they should be held to account for that. And we've seen a lot of activity this year where such concerns are raised. Just out of interest, a report looked at deaths and serious incidents in police custody in the UK a couple of years ago, but there was a rather nice report, a review of the international evidence. That's well worth looking at if you haven't seen it. And then, very sadly, in the last 2 days here in the UK, something that's never happened before, a police sergeant who is well known to me, an absolutely lovely man, Matt Bratana, who I worked with over a number of years. A prisoner came into a police custody suite. Circumstances are not exactly clear, but Matt was shot and killed a couple of days ago. So again, that will need to be investigated. What were the circumstances? Are there lessons that can be learned? And one can only hope that, as with all other deaths in custody, but including Matt's, that some good will come out of what is always absolutely tragic circumstances. So, just perhaps to talk a little bit now about miscarriages of justice, which I think is very much an integral part of the role of the forensic physician. This is The Guardian is one of the UK national newspapers, and it reports about 5 years ago how the forensic science regulator, who oversees forensic science in the UK, wanted a review of all sexual assault cases because of concerns about poor practice that included sampling, interpretation, analysis, so the whole spectrum coming from the forensic physician through to the laboratories and through to their interpretation. I'll just finally go through a sort of range of the kind of cases which forensic physicians, perhaps at a more senior level, may be involved with, and some of the examples that I've done. So we get involved, a lot of people are detained under terrorist legislation. And so Barbara Ahmad was arrested some years ago, and there was a requirement for it to be extradited to the United States. One of our roles will be to assess and to ensure his care is appropriate in custody, so there can't be any suggestions that, for example, a confession or anything was obtained through torture. So we are there to act as guardians to try and ensure that things like torture, cruel, inhuman and degrading treatment don't occur. And if we think that there is that possibility, or there is behaviour that we believe is concerning, then we have a duty as forensic physicians to escalate that to appropriate people. Another thing that we may do as forensic physicians is to review older cases. I was asked a couple of years ago to put together a team where we were looking for people, looking at Kenyan nationals who had been subject to villagization. We're talking about 1956, the late 1950s, where the British Army and the Kenyan police were alleged to have mistreated, raped and tortured a number of Kenyan nationals. And myself and the team went to Nairobi and assessed a number of the Kenyan nationals, some of whom were in their 90s, to look and see whether we could identify, for example, by marks and scars, whether or not the medical evidence and the psychiatric and psychological evidence supported their accounts. This was never tested in court, although from my assessment of the patients, the individuals I see, I have no doubt that the accounts they gave were accurate. But the court case was thrown out because of the Limitation Act, or it was concluded it was not appropriate to hear the case. Deaths in custody, and sometimes deaths not in a police station but elsewhere, and maybe things that I may be asked to look at the course of events and see whether anything could have been preventable. Jimmy Mabenga was an Angolan who was being deported, and he died having been restrained on a British Airways plane, and he died as a result, or as a result of being restrained. There was a criminal case against security guards, but they were acquitted of that because the jury concluded that although the facts were evident that they had acted that they couldn't be found guilty to the criminal standard of proof and were acquitted. But again, myself and the forensic pathologists explored this, and this went through a number of settings, including a coronial inquest and then subsequently a criminal trial. Sean raid was a young man with mental health issues who died as a result of positional asphyxia, and a number of other concerns were raised. Again, high-profile cases where really it's essential that independent opinions try and assist the court to the best of their ability so the courts can come to what is the right decision. This is another case where, although I'm not a pathologist, I have a surgical background and anatomical background as well, where I may be asked to then comment on, for example, this cases where it's an alleged suicide, it's being challenged at the moment. Man was found in a car with what was believed to be a single entry wound to his neck, and the question is whether or not this had killed him. When he was taken to the post-mortem, 2 entry wounds were identified, and the question here, because there are concerns about whether or not, number one, he could have fired 2 shots into his neck, would each, and my view is that each of these particular wounds, he would have been rendered incapable by either one. So the question is, what were the actual circumstances? And that's being explored in a jurisdiction. I can't say more than that at the moment. One that I can do is looking at a police custodial death, and this was in Diani Police Station in Kenya, on the east coast of Kenya, little local town. Young man called Alexander Monson, 29-year-old British Kenyan, was found collapsed in a police cell, having been arrested for allegedly smoking some cannabis. He was taken to hospital and died, handcuffed to a hospital bed. It was said that he died from a drugs overdose. I was asked to look at this. I got with a legal team, Fran Wiley and Ian Daniels, and we explored all the evidence for the inquest. He died in 2012. I think this was 2015. We were asked to look at it. And what we found, in essence, after considerable effort in behalf of the family and with the family, trying to get hold of the facts, we found that most post-mortem findings were ignored and anyway misleading. Toxicological findings were fabricated. Toxicology that was reported on him was taken on unrelated specimens. False witness statements were made, and then the documented, in effect, custody record, termed the occurrence book and the cell register, whose existence had been denied, we were able to get hold of, and it showed that, in fact, there was no suggestion at all that Alexander had been under the influence of drugs. And so, in this case, what went wrong? Everything had been assessed, and he'd been documented what had happened to him at the time, but the sampling had been messed around with. Whether it had been substituted, we don't know. We don't know who'd done that. The interpretation was either accidentally or deliberately misleading. The police process was very flawed and corrupt, and the police oversight process seemingly so as well. The legal process, however, which involved undertaking an inquest, took its time but did go ahead appropriately. And I ended up in 2015 giving evidence in Mombasa Crown Court, explaining the findings that we'd independently come to, that we felt that some evidence had been fabricated, some had been ignored. We couldn't say why. And then the senior principal magistrate, who's the coroner, Richard Adenyo, after 3 years, and the process of the inquest took about 3 years, came to the conclusion, the inquest conclusion, that Alexander hadn't died by a natural death. He hadn't died as a result of an overdose of drugs. He died, as our team had concluded, from having been assaulted. We didn't know who by, but he concluded that he was assaulted by the police, and that he recommended that police officers were charged with murder. That trial is still ongoing some 3 years later, and so I can't say what the outcome will be. Now, there's a slight pause here. So I have a slight internet problem, which is also why this is being recorded. We have terrible weather conditions at the moment. I have to just step out of this. There we go. And so there's another case which I think will be familiar to many of you at the moment. And I can't talk too much about it, but I was asked by Rabia Khan, Jia's mother, to look at the case of Jia, Nafisa Khan, because her mother felt that the account of the police that she died by suicide was not correct. Mum and family have given me permission to use these slides, and I know they've been on in the public domain anyway. But there were a number of factors, in essence, about the whole case as to whether or not this was definitely suicide. Now, some reports say that I've said that this is a staged murder. I think it's always difficult when there's a lot of social media. I don't believe it's right to get engaged on social media. All I can say is that I believe that what is very clear is that it was wrong, that there was an assumption made that Jia died by suicide, and that it should have been considered at the beginning that there were perhaps alternative explanations. What I haven't said is that I believe there is definitely an alternative explanation. So I've not excluded suicide, but it should have been properly investigated at the time. And in that particular case, in Jia's case, which, as you know, is still ongoing and has been escalated as a result of other deaths in India, was that there is no doubt the initial assessment by the police or anyone else was not done properly. Documentation was not done properly. Sampling was not done properly. The evidence collection was not done properly. The interpretation was not done properly. The police process was flawed. The police oversight process is flawed. The Central Bureau of Investigation has, I would say, as a independent observer, there are some concerns there. What we don't know as yet, because the process is still ongoing, cases are ongoing, and it's not appropriate for me to comment on them, but the legal process is ongoing. And my view generally is that in most countries, although the law takes an awful long time to be pursued properly, generally, as for example with Alexander Monson's case, ultimately at least some proper investigation is done. So I don't know what the outcome will be. I've advised Jia's family as much as I can, but it's important to go back to my initial points. The forensic physician, like the forensic scientist, the forensic odontologist, the forensic biologist, the forensic pathologist, we're not there to determine what the actual end result is. We're part of the jigsaw. we're a piece of the jigsaw, sometimes bigger, sometimes smaller, but that's what we are. We're not there to make the determination. So if we think of the causes of miscarriage of justice, they embrace all the aspects of what a forensic physician does, and indeed a forensic scientist or a forensic odontologist in our various areas of work. We're engaged with the police process, and that may go wrong. We're there to assess in our particular discipline that we may do that badly, we may omit things. We may document things inappropriately, we may document them wrongly, we may sample badly, we may sample inappropriately, we may not interpret correctly, we may interpret not only incorrectly but completely wrongly. The prosecution process then may be affected by our interpretation and our findings, as might the oversight process. The legal process, if the case gets to court, is then dependent on the prosecution, the defense, and the appeal systems all working efficiently. Sometimes they don't. But all of those things, if people are trained and there is proper oversight and people are independent and they recognize their roles, things should go all right. The things that you can't deal with, and the things that I think are probably the most concerning in every country in the world, in every jurisdiction, are number one, malice. Somebody wants to cause a miscarriage of justice, which really in a criminal setting is either a guilty person getting acquitted, that's a miscarriage of justice, or a non-guilty person, an innocent person getting convicted. That can be achieved if you have malicious individuals in any part of this process. And then on top of that, I think there is the broader aspects of corruption generally. And it may be financial, it may be political, and my view is they're always interlinked. So I think we're there to try and make sure that all of this, in as much as we can, works reasonably well. And I'll just give the last couple of slides. There's two judgments in cases where the quotes I like quite well. So why do we do appropriate forensic medical assessments? Or why do you do appropriate assessments in your role? So this determination, or this judge said, and this was in a case where everybody assumed something had happened when in fact it did not. And he said, as everybody who has anything to do with the law knows, the path of law is strewn with examples of open and shut cases which somehow were not, or of unanswerable charges, which in the event were completely answered, or of inexplicable conduct, which was fully explained, or of fixed and unalterable determinations that by discussion suffered a change. I think that last one is particularly important for those of us who are working in the field. We may come to a conclusion, we may believe that this is what happened and this is our interpretation, but we should always be open to revising and changing our opinion. And that is the mark of an effective and appropriate forensic specialist, somebody working in the forensic setting, never to think, I'm always right. And again, that is backed up by this judgment. And again, this statement, which says, justice according to the law demands proper evidence. By that, we mean not merely evidence which might be true, and to a considerable extent probably is true, but as the learned trial judge put it, evidence which is so convincing in truth and manifestly reliable that it reaches the standard of proof beyond reasonable doubt. So those two slides are probably the most important thing I think about how we should all be working. So what are my conclusions? My final slide, and I'm sorry to have taken so much time, and I welcome questions afterwards. Those of us working in forensic disciplines in settings such as police and prison custody, sexual assault referral, criminal justice generally have a unique and privileged access to settings in most areas where different types of miscarriage of justice may occur. So those of us working in such settings, and so although I'm talking about forensic position, it applies to all of us and all of you. We should remain vigilant and always be prepared to raise issues where there appears to be any risk of some type of miscarriage of justice. And I genuinely believe that those of us working in forensic disciplines should consider ourselves as gatekeepers for ensuring that the justice system works properly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We really enjoyed your session. And here we come to an end of third day of Forensic Gala organized by Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science India. Don't forget to subscribe our channel Forensic 365 for latest update. Thank you and have a great day ahead.